All right, everybody, welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, March the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And I need a couple of, oops, you know what? I don't think I changed my screen. Just a second. There we go. Now you can see my screen, right? Okay, yes. Well, guys, lots happening this morning. Just a quick glimpse. Look at all the gap ups I've got this morning. Look at all the gap ups. I keep stretching this. Look at them all versus the gap downs. So there's a huge discrepancy between the gap ups and the gap downs so far this morning. So let me just reduce this down and let's talk about some of them. Now, for some of you who are interested in IPOs, RBLX is going to be launched this morning. This is one of those direct-to-market IPOs, not unlike Spotify was a few years ago. What I heard was maybe a $45 valuation, but it could open as high as 60 or 65. But anyway, RBLX. So for me, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a price alert. Put $1, obviously. It's going to be above $1, so when it opens, it'll trigger. Now, there's a ton happening. So the crypto plays, Riot and Mara. I think Riot already took out a pretty key area. It's sitting right up there. You can just see on this daily chart. Look at all the action right there. So I think the high was 57.02, so it's a little bit above that. But $1 above this level, maybe going to start to attack that void in here. And the same with Mara. EXPR. Actually a little earnings play. Of course, this is one of those Wall Street bets, guys. But right now, what is it at? 416. There was the high of a couple of days ago, 435. Man, if it takes out 435, look left, look at all the room it's got. MNOV. I do not know what this acronym is, MNOV, but they have a BARDA, B-A-R-D. I couldn't see really what it was, a BARDA contract. I'm sure somebody's going to know. Look at the pop here. That's a big gap up for MNOV. MGI had gapped up also. Let's see if it's holding its gap. Not really. That got up to 940. It's already come all the way back down to 770. But, if it can hold somehow, look at the gap. Look at the void looking left. And Tilray, T-L-R-Y, one of the big cannabis plays. Nice move up for it. I guess they've been approved in New Zealand. And of course, along with Tilray, because of the stake they have in APHA, and they're moving along with Tilray, T-L-R-Y, moving along. APHA moving along with T-L-R-Y. CETX is, let's see, it's kind of holding. A big gap up. Look at this, 70%, low float, 16 million in the float. I don't really see any specific reason. It had a bit of a gap day yesterday, a bit of one, but I don't see any specific reason right now. And this one was up huge too. Let's see if it's holding. ENVB. Yeah, it's still holding. ENVB, big gap up, signs a definitive agreement to acquire some kind of a license acquisition. So that is ENVB, low float, 13 million in the float. I'll say it again, anything could happen with that float in this gap already. OBLN is also up. Is it holding though? Yeah, not bad. Big gap up after hours. There's the mauve area right here. That's the after hours gap. Do I see any news? Nope. I don't see any specific news on it. But another low float, 6 million in the float. CDX CDXC is up. They had a press release mentioning Walmart in the press release. Look at this gap, guys, 39 million, and it's an earnings play after hours today. But look at this gap. Yeah, remember, this was up to $23 about 7 days ago. So look at this gap right here, trying to take all this out of the way. I mentioned this SLGG. This is the the gaming or betting stock, just because it's above the highs of the last 2 days. SLGG, another low float. It will release earnings March 11th, tomorrow before the market opens. Blue could be interesting. BLUE could be interesting. They had a massive gap down. Went from 45 all the way down to 25 on this day. And they're kind of coming out trying to defend what happened. So that is blue. And let's see, what is the high here? The high is 34.36. So it's just a little bit below the high of that of its disaster day. And CAN, yes, somebody mentioned CAN, crypto play. Another nice day. Great move yesterday after the 4-day pullback. Great move yesterday. Looks like a continuation. Again, crypto's alive again. Some of the EV plays, they're alive. Now, just, again, I don't talk about it too much. You're on your own trading this. I did take some out of the GME right at 280. Okay, took some out right at 280. And I'm looking, depending on how much of this pullback is going to be, maybe add that back, maybe if this holds. So it's up to you how you trade GME, if you trade it at all. The other one to keep an eye on, guys, we've talked about this for the last 3 days, it seems, is FLGT. So it had earnings, I think, here a couple of days ago. Mixed reaction. Of course, tech was beaten up that day. And look what happened yesterday, but more importantly, look where it is right now at 114. The high's right there, around 116, 116, 116. Takes that out. As long as tech is reasonably strong again today, the Qs are strong. This has a chance to start filling in this void. Yeah, it's a development build that I'm on. It's coming. The colors, yeah, it's coming. LAIX was another small one. Let's see if it's holding its LAIX. Yeah, actually it's holding. And do I see any news on it? Nope. I don't see any news on it that I can quickly take a look at. It's a China stock holding. This is I don't know if this is one of the ones that the Wall Street Bets guys got a hold of. I'm not sure, but at any rate, trying to come back a bit. It's up 20%. Huge volume already. Oh, you're more than welcome, Legal. Yeah, I don't know if it was a stock split. This happened a couple of days ago. Something to do with a dividend. This was a couple of days ago, okay? With the CBD. It just got hammered down. I couldn't quite understand the news. Now, Ija, I don't know if you're in the room, Ija. Thank you. This was one from yesterday. Ija is in our YouTube room usually. Actually, I ended up taking this one right at the end of the day. And XELA, luckily I got up early. Sometimes, it's 4 o'clock my time. Sometimes I don't get up right at 4, maybe at 4:15. Glad I did. Sold it all, sold most of it at 7:08 and a little bit underneath 7. And that was nice one. It was from 4, got in at 463 before the end of the day. And my average getting out was at 7:04 this morning. Had I waited a little bit longer, would not have got that price. So I don't know if you're in the YouTube room yet, but thank you for that one. And let's see what else is happening. OTRK, sorry, that was the first one on my list. OTRK. And it is trying to come back. So this got obviously hammered for some reason all the way down here. It's trying to come back. It's up 10%. Okay, that's right. It had earnings after hours yesterday. So that was the reason. March 9th after hours. That's that mauve area right here. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Holding. It's holding. There's the high. And it's kind of holding that high, after hours high. So let me expand this just a little bit. You know, there's the 34.45. So the day it got hammered, it was already it was already moving down. But then for whatever reason, it got hammered on this day. This is a healthcare product or a healthcare sector. So I'm not sure what happened exactly, but trying to come back, and it is an earnings play. And it's a very low float. So 7.4 million in the float for a $31 stock. You got to be really careful. All right, guys, so 9:16, give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back, and I'll start taking a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. But I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look and see from briefing.com. Well, look at the SPY moving, guys. Nice little move for the SPY here. I'm really interested to see what the Qs do, though. That'll be the test for me. So anyway, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And actually not too many of each. So let me get a few of them in. Just a few more upgrades to go. I'm going to check to see if Goldman has any. Okay, so I see Goldman actually upgrading ODFL. Let me just see what ODFL is doing. ODFL. Oh, it's a really expensive one. Okay. So they've upgraded this one. No volume yet, but That is a Goldman upgrade. And let's see what sort of downgrades we have this morning. Just a few downgrades from Goldman this morning. I'll go over them. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Just checking the Goldman downgrades, WERN. What's it doing right now? WERN downgraded. SNDR is downgraded. I'm just looking to see if there are any real reactions. Minor reactions so far. But, keep an eye on this one. I mean, it's got some room underneath. And that's the SNDR. And also LSTR is downgraded. Let's see if there's an initial reaction. Not much. Expensive stock. And the last one was KNX. No big reaction yet. Boy, these gap ups, I mean, again, I just want to draw your attention. Look at all the gap ups this morning, meeting my filter requirements. I don't even think I can get them all in here. No, there's no way. These are all different stocks, guys. These are not the same. These are not repeats. These are all the different stocks that have gapped up this morning. And you might go, well, okay, so what? Look at the ones that gapped down. That's it. These are, meeting my filter requirements. So it's a huge difference. So we'll have to see if the gap, if the market gap holds, or do we have a big fade day? Excuse me, and here's another one that's just making the list, MGNI. What is it doing? MGNI? Boy, a lot of moves. And of course, a lot of these moves are in the tech sector. You'll see a lot of daily charts that are going, or weekly charts that are going to look like this for a lot of stocks in the tech sector. The 3 weeks before, and then we've got this week. We had, of course, a great day, tech yesterday. We had a comeback day the day before. This is what the Qs look like also. So I had a big bottoming tail, and then at least the buyers took it higher the day before. The day before. Anyway, we'll have to see if this is going to be a big comeback day again for the Qs. CTRM, let's take a look at CTRM, see if there's anything interesting happening with CTRM. Yeah, that's right. This is a custom marine or maritime. Well, I mean, a lot of volume. It's a big float. I've always usually shy away from this one just because, it had an amazing run back here in February, going from 65 cents all the way up to $1.93, and it can happen again. I don't know. It's a huge float for a $1 stock. 600 million a float. And I do see they do have some news. Acquires a 2010 Korean-built dry bulk carrier. So I guess there is some news for the company this morning. Hasn't really popped it that much. Yeah, here's the link for the for the main room. All right, and as usual, if you want to follow along with my watch list up and down, let me just move this over a little bit. There we go. So my watch list up and down and repeating. You can access it from the toolbar. If you click on from the toolbar, click on new and then new and then channel bar. And my watch list right down here. My watch list. Okay. Nothing will happen in no. Before you do that, make sure everything in here is a layout. All the channels are layouts. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. I like to see things settle down a little bit. And of course, my favorite, moving higher with unusually strong options. We'll see what happens with this one today. Yeah, all you have to do is go to my home page. Okay, Sam, just go to my home page right there. Hopefully you can see that tab. The screen should not be blank. No, the screen is not blank. You might have to just do a refresh. Good, okay. So Sam, click on my home page, the tab in the trading room right there, the home page. Then click on my link, Barry's home page. Click on the link itself. And then this is the scan section right there. Click here. Here are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market: gap up and down shared. And the pre-market actives up and down. That's what you see here. The pre-market actives up and down. And then on my other monitor, I've got the gap up and down shared. Okay, so these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So William, are you old William or are you a new William? All right, Chris, I am going to give you a link before the market is going to open in less than a couple of minutes. I want to give you a link though to the 20 short lessons. I'll cover this a little bit later, but if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, before you get too frustrated with how to do a lot of different, like all the different things you can do with Trade Ideas, I really encourage you to take a look at the 20 short lessons. They go over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. It's the same thing, okay? Right here. Okay? All right, guys, market is going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have another great trading day. Get rid of those two. FUBO on the move, also FUBO on the move. All right, just getting all set for the market on my other monitors. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. I know I'll miss the early runners that keep going, but that's okay. It is the old William? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, Alan, you can't, okay? You have to very quickly, the channels are there for everybody. So if you make a change, you have to literally save it as a new layout for yourself, okay? Because when you go back to the channel, that channel and you know all the filters, all the windows, the sizing, that is for everybody. And how you want to size it is not necessarily how everybody wants to size it. So you would actually literally have to save the layout to the cloud, give it another name and save it to the cloud. If you just entered the room, Ija, I already gave you some kudos. I actually did take this one right here at, I think it was 463, and I sold it before we even started getting our data at basically an average of just over 7. Oh, okay, so you're not the William I'm thinking of. Okay. Yeah, because yeah. So Alan, I mean, it's not that big a deal, but yeah, I mean, because the channels are for everybody. Be like going to a cable channel and seeing some shows on there, and you don't like some of the shows, so you get rid of them. Okay, and then you come back and say, "Hey, I got rid of those shows, but they're still there." Okay, guys, look at CETX. I mean, this is a runner right now. CETX, low float, 16 million in the float. Okay, this is a gap up and go. We're getting some gap up and goes. AMC, you know, could be a little bit interesting. It has earnings after hours today. I may have missed with the GME. I was looking at that. I think I wanted to get some. I was hoping I'd get right all the way down to 250, but Vuzi on the move. So what are the Qs doing? So the Qs, okay, good start to the Qs, good start to the market. SPY's up, Dow's up, but for me, more importantly, the Qs are up. I was saying yesterday, you know, this is all well and good, that great day we had yesterday, but can it keep going for at least a couple of days to give people confidence that, you know, the tech route is somewhat over? Still good for me, Bobby, for sure. The options play, yeah, it was excellent yesterday. I really do like it. There's that KOSS, guys. Again, on your own, okay? Look at that float. It's one of the Wall Street Bets stocks. You want to trade it, but look at that float, 2.5 million in the float, so just be very, very careful. Ah, son of a... I missed my entry. I wanted to... I sold some of my GME right up here, and I wanted to get back in. I was hoping it would pull all the way back to 250. Almost got there. Anyway, I have to figure out what I want to do. Well, it hasn't opened yet. RBLX, I don't think it's opened yet. Yeah, it hasn't opened yet. It's an IPO today, one of those direct-to-market IPOs. Typically around 10:30, but there's no hard and fast rule. I don't know if the company has come out and said exactly when, but typically around. But listen, if you want to keep track of it, here's what you do: put RBLX on a chart, on one of our charts, and then just create a price alert. Okay, create a price alert. Put like at $1, and so the minute it opens, you know you'll get the price alert. Well, we just had a couple of halts. MCF just got halted, and so did XELA got halted on the way up. Yeah, I traded out of this, but I could get back in. There's still room. There is room for this one. You look left on that monthly chart, around 870 or so. So this one definitely still has some room. Well, guys, this one could, well, it popped up and it pulled right back down. But you can just see why I had an alert there, a price alert for FLGT. There's a high right there, a high right there, a high right there, and it's right at that. If it can maintain over this area, look at the void. I mean, this was up to 190 odd dollars not that long ago. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it got beaten up, I think, just with the rest of the tech stocks. Okay, so Alan, very quickly with our charts, there are only two options. If you right click on the chart, go to properties, you either have its symbol linking checked or unchecked. If you have it checked, every time I click on an alert, all these time frames are going to change to that symbol. The SPY doesn't because it's unchecked. Okay, so only two options, right click, properties, symbol linking is either checked or unchecked. All right, guys, so this is one of those Wall Street bets stocks, but it also has earnings. Okay, released earnings this morning. Evidently, I guess a reasonable reaction. Well, reasonable, 35%. But more importantly, look at the void. I mean, look left on this daily chart, the XPR. Yeah, ENVB, guys, ENVB on the move here. And looking left, now this is not an IPO. What happened here is they changed symbols, so renamed. So this started trading as ENVB here. So the high, it's just above, it's above that high now. So even though it looks like the position and lifetime range, why it looks like this is because this was another company or symbol, same company, different symbol before, so it looks like an IPO. It isn't. Or a spinoff. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're starting to get this gap up and reverse. These are stocks that gapped up and now they're reversing. XELA is halted, yes. 9:35. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open 2 seconds after 9:40. Okay, so they're just opened. XELA just opened. So it was exactly 5 minutes after. These are volatility halts. Typically they are 5 minutes. Here's a little aluminum play, guys. CENX. Okay, CENX on the move here. Big, not a big float actually. 50 million in the float. This is actually interesting. Let's take a look left. Take a look left, and it's got some like 1857 is right there. 1869. So there's a little bit of blockage on the monthly chart. How's Alcoa doing? Let's see if Alcoa is also on the move. Aluminum play. Yes, it is. This actually looks a little bit better because there's not as much, there has a little bit more room. Okay, so what we're seeing now, what I'm seeing now, a lot of these flyers are now starting to give it up. AFA, APHA. No, 9:35 is the earliest, Renee. 9:35 is the earliest. And XALA, wow. Nice call again, Ija. Let's see if this continues here. This is actually an AI alert also. Yeah. Either change your name or we're going to kick you out. In fact, I'm just going to do it now. Yeah, gone. No nonsense in the room, guys. All right, guys. MNOV was okay. Had the pullback pre-market. Had news after hours. MNOV barred a contract. I don't know what that is an acronym for, but obviously it's good. BARDA. And so I had news after hours. Big pop. Pulled back. Now it looks like it wants to keep going. It's not a low float. 44 million in the float. All right. Well, AMC's on the move, guys. So again, it's one of the Wall Street bet stocks, but it does have earnings after hours. So, I don't know what to make of it, but it's on the move here. The next high looking left is way up here at 17 something. Well, you can use any broker with trade ideas, Alan. If you're talking about auto trading, you don't have to auto trade the AI. You can use any broker. You get an alert with the AI, and you can just put it into your order entry. You don't have to don't get so hung up that you have to get it in right at the absolute penny that you get the alert. Okay? Yeah, okay. To auto trade, yes. Yes, but I don't think you don't have to auto trade. You don't have to auto trade. Okay. I mean, there's no harm in getting an alert, taking a brief second to see what it looks like, on the charts, what the market is doing. And, even if you're 5, 6 cents late, these are not designed just to get, 2 or 3 cents out of it. So, and you just tried it today. So there you go. So for nothing from the options scanner, just waiting patiently to see what we get from the options scanner today. And the dreamer, I think I solved my issue. I hope I solved my issue regarding why I wasn't getting the auto trading happening in my option play. All right, how is KOSS doing? This is the arguably. I mean, again, if you're if you want the excitement, all right, GME. Thank you very much. Can you crack through 300? I'm just gonna first of all, I want to put an alert at 300. And again, guys, you're on your own trading this GME and really all the Wall Street bet stocks, okay? I laid out what I did yesterday, but it's up to you. Yeah, what was it? It's in my development build. There was another option. I had to go into edit trading strategy, and then in configuration, this was added. The accounts was added, and I had to make sure it said simulated. This was something new, and so when that was the reason. So hopefully, I'm full of hope that will be the reason. Wow, look at Vivo, guys. Wow, what a what a void for Vivo. So looking left on the daily chart, 2670 or so. So that's about $2 away before we start to getting some resistance for Vivo, VIVO. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's had a nice 4-day run. It doesn't trade very much. So Alan, are they working for other ones on other alerts? Give me a moment, please. Just lost my sound. Give me a moment, please, guys. And just, there we go. And one last thing to do to get my sound back. I'm going to put myself on mute just for a minute here, guys. I'll be right back. All right, back. So this XLEA has been halted now for, on the way down this time. Okay. Yeah, the room is open at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, 9 to 3 Eastern time. So Alan, I asked you a question. You're saying your alert sounds are not working with the AI alerts. Are they working with other alert windows that you may have? Yeah, the buzz, the ETF, well, 5 days now, I guess. Yeah, this is its 5th day of trading as an ETF. If you don't know what buzz is, it looks at all sorts of social media content. What the buzz is, it only looks at large cap stocks. I believe it has to be over $1 billion market cap, and it only looks at 75 stocks, and it gets redone at the beginning of the month. So what I mean by that, some stocks will be booted from the ETF and some stocks will be added, but always 75. You know, I really didn't want this one to do this, but eyes is just getting, just a second, guys. Well, again, that didn't work. It did not take it. Just a second here. Oh, it did take it. Okay, good. Just wanted to show you. However, it's giving me a new. Let me see if I can get rid of this. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying something here. I want to. Okay. Technical issues here. Okay. Yeah, so the anti is from, and it's got some room too. It's got some room. So ANTE is from my options play scanner. It's got some room to the six. I mean, look, just look left. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It's a very low float, China stock. Market is still moving higher. Well, guys, the FLGT, I mean, it's very whippy. You know, it's a low float, 13.9 million in the float, but again, it's trying to attack this area. I mean, look, this was a $184 stock, what, 3 weeks ago? A month ago. 1 month ago, this was a $190 stock, FLGT. Just got clobbered with the rest of the tech sector. You mean how did it take this on auto trade mode? Sam, you've got to watch that video, man. Okay, you've got to watch the video. It is covered. It's very strongly in there. Okay, you've got to. You know, I think I went over this yesterday. You create your. You take this window, you save it to the cloud. Okay, and then you go to your strategies, and then you add it. Load from cloud, add it. It'll be here. Yeah, please. Like so much information is in there. And then you enable it. I enable it. Whoops. Now I enabled it. And then, but you've also got to create your trading strategy. I can't tell you what you want to do, but you create your trading strategy. You know, your entry time, order details, limit offset, risk management, all that stuff, okay? All right, so I'm not in this one in my live account. I'm going to stick an alert around 4783. I do like it a lot because of the void. Let's see if it can just keep going a little bit. This actually had I saw a downgrade this morning, gray. Can't remember who downgraded it, but gray was a downgrade. Not that it matters because it is popping now. Big down day yesterday for gray, Gray. Hey guys, I'm just waiting on this ante to see. This reminds me, there was one yesterday. that was a little bit like this one. We had the alert, it popped, it dropped a little bit, and then it came right back, and then it moved a bit. It was a $20 stock. I just can't remember the name of it. So we're seeing a lot of gap up and reverses now. Even though the market really isn't reversing, but some of these flyers, like the Alpha APA, was it ESE? Thank you. Or ESI? You're absolutely right. I knew it was a $20 stock. Wow, look at this. So just kind of wanting to see what this ante does. So all I'm doing is just put my price alert right back up in this area, 470. See if it takes it out again and then starts to attack this void area. Very low float, 4.8 million in the float. Well, Tilray, really, I mean, that was a great pop to start the day, but look at this. 27.88 and now down to 25.23 and fading fast. The news today was New Zealand has accepted them or approval in New Zealand. Yeah, GE or JE was halted. What is WPG doing? That what a mess that was yesterday. It's unbelievable. It's up. Maybe there was something to that. Maybe it wasn't fake. Because if it was truly fake, there's no way this should be up 10%. The WPG. Yeah, I was surprised it was shortable at Interactive Brokers' eyes, with lots of 130,000 shares. All right, Ija, you nagging at me, but it's all good. I'm kidding you, of course. Let's see, ENVB. ENVB. Come on, GME, just take out 300. You want to. I'm just having a little fun here, guys. Putting price alerts just a little bit above, trying to induce it upwards. Well, there you go, Ija. GTT showed up in the options plays, so. You know what? Something is still going on. Stop. I don't know why that's happening. Guys, just give me a moment here. This is like trying to driving me nuts a little bit here. Okay, there. Okay, now that makes sense. Simulated, save. Okay. Just one moment, please. Yeah, my dog, yes, exactly. By popular request. All right, guys, so far this ante is not doing what we would like it to do. I still have an alert set. Well, actually, I'm going to reset the alert. 467 was the trigger. Let's see if it hits it again. Okay. And just... All right, what's happening in my watch list? Let's go. 645. Did anything good happen from there? Not much. 665. EXPR 465. Yeah, I mean, not much. I'm just looking. I want to see if there's any really. It's not bad, actually. This one, 231. Actually, it's very good. 231 got up to 260 on a percentage basis. That's excellent. INSG, let's see what happened with it. 1065, nothing fantastic. So far, the only one that really worked well was the ARTL from my watch list. How do you extract the link from a strategy window? Not sure I know what you mean, Yale. Are you talking, like, what strategy window are you talking about? Oh, I see. Okay, so when you copy a link from the cloud, so, okay, so I'll just demonstrate as an example. Here's my watch list up. So if I right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. So now and I say, okay, now, so now that is pasted. Here's the cloud link. So you would click on the cloud link and it'll load into a new tab and just highlight it or copy it. Okay, copy the tab or copy the link, Control C, copy it. Once it's copied, then file load from cloud. File load from cloud, and the string should appear because you've already copied it. I don't know. Stop it. Okay, and then load. Okay, so did that make sense? Does that answer your question? Okay, good. Yeah, it's my watch. I don't know why. I think I've disabled it. Whoa, guys, look at Tupperware. This is an earnings play. Didn't really see this one. This is Tupperware, TUP. This is a gap down and go down further. Look at this, TUP. What a break. This released earnings. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was too light or something. But so it might be coming into a support area. 21, this 2137-ish or so, 21-ish or so. But that's a big, big move down for Tupperware, TUP. All right, guys, so far the GTT is working nicely. Nothing phenomenal yet, but the alert was at 248, got up to 264. Look left, it's got some room. The next high looking left, I believe, is 280. So, you know, if it gets close, even close to 280 from the alert at 248, that would be pretty good. If it can somehow get through 280, then look left, it's got a lot of room. MNOV, okay, sure. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if it takes out the low today, I mean, it could. I mean, there's where it closed yesterday, 569. So it could fill in just that day gap. But why is it going to do that? And it's up 57%. What was the news on that one again? I mean, this BARDA, B-A. It's an acronym I'm not aware of. BARDA. But yeah, I mean, you know, like anything else, I mean, there's the gap. Could it start to fill it? Sure. Well, JE is trying to fill this gap. I mean, it's still down 26%. And let's see, what's the reason for it? I don't see any specific reason. There's got to be some reason. There we go. Okay, so seeks to delist Just Energy amid bankruptcy filing. So they obviously filed for bankruptcy, but for whatever reason, people are piling into this right now. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sam. I just want to know what BARDA means. I read the news release. I just did, but I have not seen that particular acronym before. Okay, so Fit Dragon, I'm not sure I understand your question. What window best shows what you have on the YouTube screen? I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm sharing this monitor. I share, this is the monitor that people see if they're in the YouTube room or if they're in the main trading room. So I'm really not sure I understand your question. There you go. Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority. Thank you, Fit Dragon. So we now know what the acronym stands for. Yeah, this EXPR, guys, it is an AI alert, and it's could get really interesting. I mean, there's a couple things going for it. Of course, it's one of the Wall Street bets stocks, but also it's got some. It has earnings. I don't know if they're okay. I'm just looking to see if there was anything positive, revenue guidance, or don't see anything, but it may not matter. It's one of those WSB stocks. Come on, just get through 300. All right, so this was a gap down in reverse, guys. JNCE, a gap down in reverse. Let's see if it takes out 12. Now, if it took out 12, look at that 15-minute chart from yesterday. There's, looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 12. If it can see its way through that, it doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, the next high looking left would be 1267. And EXPR, guys, EXPR now is on the move again after that pullback. And it almost got stopped out in the AI. You can see where the stop is, 416, got to 422, but it did not get stopped out. And now on the move, EXPR. Again, Wall Street bets stock. That's what happened here that day. Yeah, KOSS. I mean, I have to mention these because I know people are looking at them, but you know, just be awfully careful. 2.5, this one especially, 2.5 million in the float. The next high looking left is what? 3505, so it's got a ton of room to get to that. But unbelievably, it got up to, in fact, there's where it got you in market hours, 127, but I'm almost 100% sure on this day it was in the pre-market was up around 160, if you can believe it. Now look at EXPR, guys. What time is it? 10:20. I'm going to go over the AI. We've had some nice ones so far. All right, now let's see if this XELA can kind of rebound a bit. All right, well, so much for the FLGT. I mean, this might turn into a short now. It did not want to. It did not want to keep going past this area here. Now, what are the Qs doing? I think the Qs are starting to fade somewhat. Yeah, the Qs are starting to fade. So, a lot of tech stocks are going to look like this right now. So just be careful. Market is starting to move down a little bit here. So I think, GTT, I mean, even though it's a very small one, it may be suffering along with the rest of the Qs. Telco, tech. All right, well, for GTT, I'll reset my alert where we had the trigger at 248, see if it happens later on. But the market starting to fall a little bit here, but especially tech. That's NASDAQ. NASDAQ. The Q's triple Q. Okay, that's basically NASDAQ. Okay, heavily weighted with tech stocks. ETF for tech stocks. I mean, there are many ETFs for tech stocks, but I look at this one for sure. You can see how it was beaten up over the last 1, 2, 3 weeks. All the tech stocks did, most of them did something like this. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. When you say how to get into the IPO, you mean how to buy shares? You can't do it now, of course, but I mean, you have to wait for it to open. Well, I am doing something. I'm doing something on my end. You just can't see it. You just have to wait for this to open. Okay, you can't buy, obviously, you can't do anything until it opens. Once it opens, you can do what you want to do. in terms of buying shares. CETX on the move here, guys. Now this one, looking left here, 375. So I mean, this is above that high, fairly low float, 16 million in the float. I didn't see any specific news about it. I'm just checking my. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for CETX. Well, that's bad then for you. I mean, I can see it. You know, it's in my order entry in Interactive Brokers. So Interactive Brokers knows that it'll be traded today. Now, whether you know, so, I mean, some brokerages. I mean, it'd be bad if they don't know if eventually once it opens that you can't trade it if you want to. All right, guys, listen. It is 10:27, so I will start my spiel now. First of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I share my screen. I am live on the mic. And I'm going to drop a link into our YouTube room, my homepage link, and then I'm going to go over a lot of the information that you can find from my homepage. Okay, so in this trading room here, I have a tab called Barry's Homepage. Just click on that tab. When you do that, this is what you'll see. And here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. There's a promo code that you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, okay? There are other differences, but the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service because they want to have access to the AI and find out what it's all about. I'm going to go over it in a bit, but I also want to make sure that you know that you don't have to take out an annual plan. In fact, if you're unsure of our program, don't start off with an annual plan. I see it quite a bit. You know, people take out an annual plan and they don't really know our program well enough. So try, go month to month. You can always upgrade later on. So month to month, standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount to the first month only. After that, you'll go to these 2 prices, okay? So this is just month to month. More information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent every Monday morning before the market opens, usually about half an hour before the market opens. It is a free service. I do a recap video every day. You can sign up for it here. Probably my most popular section in my homepage are the scans that I share. So you click here. Here's the layout. I'm actually sharing my layout that you see, okay? The one that I'm sharing. So you can click on that and you can get my layout. Remember, it is a layout. So before you do that, make sure if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. A lot of other scans that I'm sharing are right here, okay, including the moving higher with unusually strong options. So a lot of other scans I'm sharing right here. Trade Ideas Education, really important link, especially if you're brand new. And what I want to do is put that link, the short lessons, I want to put the lessons link into the room. I think it's probably one of the most important links we've got for people starting out. Okay, so when you click on that on those 20 short lessons, this is what you're going to see. So, and it's like literally from the start, downloading, what's a channel bar, a top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating one, etc. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas, I think, are really well explained. It's all text-based, and it won't take you 20 days, okay? So I really encourage you, if you're new to Trade Ideas, take the time to go through these. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can do the same thing, just to kind of see what we have to offer. Okay, here's the 20 lessons. So from that education link, there are more education, daily support sessions. So you've heard me talk about our YouTube feed. So we do have two trading rooms. One is in YouTube and one is this main trading room, as I call it. And I monitor both of them. At noon, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Wednesday, is it not? Okay, so for those of you that are very interested in using Brokerage Plus and maybe connecting to your IB account or creating strategies that you might want to auto trade, things like that, today is the day to go to YouTube between 12 and 1. I will pop that link in before I do take my break. Michael Noss will be there, and he is our absolute expert on all of that. Okay? I am certainly not an expert in using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers, Linked, etc. I'm not a big auto trader, but definitely between 12 and 1, you can pick his brain. Daily webinars. So today is Wednesday. So this is the webinar that I attend, I help out on. The webinars are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And again, this is the one that I help out on. It's with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos are here. And this just got added, I'm glad. The Back to Basics. Michael and his wife, new wife, put together this. Jess was a complete novice trader. You can see it starts off literally, what is a stock? Okay, intro to charts. So basic things. Okay, so I think this was a nice little series that they put together. Trading books right here. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. You can always save my link. You can always save it. And you can always, so you can take a look at maybe the scans and all the other educational videos that we have. So guys, obviously, you know, if I'm watching this like I should be, I would never let this turn into this sort of a loss, okay? Now you have the luxury of following your trades. This is in the simulator, okay? So I'm not too upset about it. This was just in the simulator. And again, I want to see something here. Just give me a moment here. And I want to see if this all gets saved. Okay. All right, now I want to talk about what Trade Ideas is, because some people get a little bit confused. We're a scanner. That's what we are. We are a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. It's amazing how many emails we get and saying, I kind of heard that if I didn't have this broker, I can't use your product. We're a scanner, okay? So you can, you know, it doesn't matter who your broker is. you can use trade ideas. Now, I'll get in a little more detail about that when I talk about this Brokers Plus window, but just so you know, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. So as a scanner, this is a scan, a very simple scan that I put together. And again, this is shared. You go to my homepage, to the scan section, one of the scans that I'm sharing, just to show you, give you an idea about what I did. So I have a price between 1 and 20. Current volume is 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal. And 400,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that I used, okay? So if you do want this one, but you say, yeah, but I'd rather have a different price range, all you have to do is click on the icon and change the price range, as an example. Okay, this is a template. This is what I use. You don't have to follow it exactly. So, going back to what I've got here, so if these filters are met and a stock makes either a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So that's why I see these symbols in here. You know, in green it means it was a new high. GE, in yellow it means a new low. That's just the way I've color-coded it. Okay? So that's... Now, what we also did as a company decided that instead of forcing people to have to learn a programming language to do all this, we created many, many, many alerts and filters. These are all the alerts. These icons are the alerts. And when it switches to this icon, these are the filters. I would say that for, you know, I'm gonna keep upping this percentage, but I would say that for, 97, 98% of you, the alerts and filters that we've created are sufficient so that you could combine them to get the kind of scans that getting you the results that you want to see from certain scans, okay? Like a basic new highs and lows, things like that. But we have so many alerts and filters, you should be able to combine them to get the look that you want. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. Now, Auntie's come right back to make a decision pretty soon. So now I want to talk about the AI. No mobile alerts, no mobile alerts. Working on it, but it's been worked on for a long time, but no mobile alerts. All right, I want to talk about the AI and what it is. So we have about 70 to 75 what we call baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those strategies. And that's what happened last night. Market was closed. AI got to work on those strategies and with, as I say, an optimization routine. These are the ones that of the 75 strategies, these are the strategies that made the cut. Why they made the cut? I'm going to just throw it out there. Who cares? Okay, they had the right profit factor, win percentage. Who doesn't? Don't get hung up on Holy Grail 2.0 or Neo. Okay, this is what I would do. All you really should care about is what are the alerts that I'm going to get from the AI today. So all you have to do is click from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you will see. AI does not start to give alerts until at least 9:35. All right, and what I would do, and what happens is you get a real-time entry. And you don't have to get rid of the penny. But you'll get the alert, you'll have a stop, and then it's up to you to manage the trades. Okay? And you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. No videos on how to use the AI. The AI can be used in so many different ways. I was just showing you how I think you should watch, how you can watch the alerts as they happen all day long. And then again, it's up to you to trade them as you see fit. So I don't understand. You have two AI fills at 936. Yeah, I mean, so there were two different alerts. So what would be your question? I mean, there were two different alerts, UNFI and EXPR. I'm not sure I understand what your question is really. Okay. So you must have had it in auto trade mode. Again, I'm not understanding. I mean, there were fills. The only way they could be fills. So was it you had the AI in auto trade mode? I'm just kind of waiting for an answer. Okay, I'm going to have to move on, Renee. I'm not sure when you're saying they were fills. I mean, the only way they can be fills is if you had it in auto trade mode. I'm going to go over that though. I want to talk a little bit about auto trading the AI and how I would do it first if you're bound and determined. How you can do it using our simulator. We don't agree with auto trading the AI, but I know a lot of you are bound and determined. Before you do it, you can practice using our simulator to see how it would have worked. Okay. But first, I want to talk. So this window that you see right here is what we call Brokerage Plus. If you have an interactive broker's account, ANTE on the move now, guys. ANTE. I'm just putting a video link into the rooms. What was that popped up on my screen? That is our price alerts window. BMW, if that's what you mean. ANTE from my watch list, or not my watch list, but my options. So remember I was saying I wanted to put an alert, see if it got back to the option price. Not the option price, but just one moment, please. Yeah, so this is from my option scanner, okay? Again, I'm not playing the options, I'm playing the stock. This is just zeroing in on stocks that have unusual option activity, okay? That's all this is. All, I shouldn't say all, I love it. But, so we had the alert at 9:52 at 467. This is awesome now, guys. I don't know how else to explain it. 467, it popped, I waited, and I reset my alert at 467. That's why you saw it pop up on the screen. And now look at it. And why did I like it? I mean, look at the room it's got left. Look at the room. You know, get used to having higher time frames on your screen so that you can say, okay, great, here's a stock that's moving. Where could it get blocked on a higher time frame, like a daily chart or a weekly chart or a monthly chart? So when you look at the weekly chart, you can see the next high looking left is 615. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's certainly not going to get blocked because of anything on the weekly chart. You look left here, it's the same. So that's the next high looking left both on the daily and the weekly. I mean, those are the sort of things that, you know, if you're new to trading. Now, granted, I'm a momentum trader. And what that means is that most of the stocks that I see are making new highs of the day. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. That's why I have these higher time frames on that. okay? Because I can say, fine, you're just making a new high for the day. Where could you stall? So, as an example, guys, take a look at the daily chart right there. See all these candles? What if this was just above, 467 on the trigger? What if all this was just up here? I would look at that and go, that could really stall it. Therefore, even though, yes, I got it on my option scanner, it probably wouldn't be attractive to me to take. Because I would look at that and think there's probably too much resistance. Now, it doesn't mean that would absolutely stall it, but that's what I look at. I like to put the odds in our favor. I don't want to see any chart resistance on the higher time frames nearby. I want to see a big potential move that it could make. All makes sense? All right, guys. Well, somebody says they can't hear me. I hope I have not just been talking to myself the last 5 minutes. You guys can hear me, right? Please tell me you can hear me. Okay, good. Okay. So wonder. All right, so, okay, I got interrupted. I think I was talking about Brokerage Plus and how if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you know what I better do again? I better stick that link in again. Okay, so I've just put the link again for Brokerage Plus. Okay, this link. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, and this is awesome, guys. I mean, that's just when I say awesome, I mean, if you can get into a trade at 460 and it goes up to 535 fairly steadily, that's just a great percentage move. Okay. I don't call this scalping, I mean, scalping to me is, 2, 3, 4 cents. I mean, it depends on your time frame, on, how you trade. I mean, for people who hold for weeks and months, of course that's scalping. But I look at this and going, man, what a great percentage move in about 6 minutes. Amortize that over a year. Yeah, okay, so again, Renee, if you're cutting in and out, or if I'm cutting in and out for you, and anybody else, I apologize, I don't know why it's happening. The usual fix is to do a refresh. That's the usual fix. And that right there is the refresh icon. Okay? Maybe you have to get out of the room completely and come back in. I don't know. I just don't know why it happens. So many different computer configurations out there. Oh, I know most of you can hear me, but so many different computer configurations out there. It's just one of those things. So, well, if you didn't take the sound alert off, you know what this is saying. Wow, 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 over and over and over again. Oh yeah, well you're very welcome. You're very welcome for that option scanner. You're very welcome. Now, going back to the GTT guys, look what it's doing. So this could come back. I mean, this was at 248, so I'm going to stick an alert. I think I have an alert set up here around 250. Takes that out. Who knows? Maybe it was just a little bit early. This, use these like a watch list, just like this is a watch list. I could almost rename this, the unusually strong options watch list. So, don't get too hung up if you get an alert and then it drops. Use it like a watch list because it could always come up. It could always come back. Well, you had to be fast to a certain extent, but I mean, I was talking about this ante earlier, okay? Saying, okay, I'm putting an alert. I put my alert down here. You can't see it. I'm at the 450 mark. So I knew about it immediately, and yeah, it moved pretty quickly, but I was able to get in. Okay, so the price alerts is a great way just to keep an eye on things if you don't have it thumbnailed. I mean, I had this thumbnailed also, so I was kind of keeping an eye on it. But the price alerts is a great way. And if you want, instead of putting the price alert maybe at exactly where you think you should take the trade, put it a little earlier in case it is moving quickly. Does that make sense? And then you'll be alerted as it may be hitting where you actually want to get into it. Okay? All right, now let me get back to Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, watch the video. You can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. Okay? And so why would you want to be able to do that? One of the reasons is, I mean, this window, it's a nice look as a trading window. It's a lot better than IB. IB is like stuck in the 1970s. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I use it, but it's, this is obviously, I think, a much more aesthetically pleasing look. But that's not the only reason. I mean, if that were the only reason, it wouldn't be worth it. This is where the power of it comes in. If you, for instance, you get an alert and you take a look at the chart and you look at it and go, you know what? I would really like to trade this. So you can go back to the alert, hover over this top where it says trade, and you see I've got these buying and shorting options. How did I get them? I watched the video and I created them. And that's how you do it. You create your own. All right? And this is what we call one-click trading. So, you just go to the alert, back to the alert, you click how you want to trade it. It's that simple. And how to do it, again, watch the video. Just give me a second here. Okay, these are hotkeys. Yeah, again, if that were the only reason, because it looks a little prettier, that would, that's obviously not the main reason. But these are hotkeys also that we have for you. So when you get into a trade, you want to get out, you flatten it. You can get out a half, or you could double your trade. Now, that is how you can use Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade. So you would connect live to your IB account, and then you can use this window to trade if you want to. No option orders, no. We're just a stock scanner, so not no options. Now, the other huge reason for this Brokerage Plus window is to use as a paper trader. Not yet. And I don't want to give you any hopes that it's going to be next week, but we're closer than we were, say, a week ago to adding E-Trade to the mix. Okay, TD Ameritrade is going to be way down the line. Some major issues with it, but E-Trade, there's about 4 or 5 guys with E-Trade accounts, the trade ideas that are practicing using it, checking for bugs. So, but I don't know when it's going to happen. I just don't know. But it's definitely closer than TDA. So, simulator. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. We've got a great simulator here. Now, in order to use this, you have to be using our app, okay, not the web-based version. And all you do is click on Sim, and you're away to go. Craig, let me answer your question. I'm a Canadian, actually. And so you can use it with Canadian brokers. No problem. I use Interactive Brokers, IB Canada, and it works great. So, I mean, we're a scanner. Now, you know, again, I have to answer this question very generally. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay? Does that make sense, Craig? So, I'm just following a question here. Okay, guys, well, there's the GTT. It has come back a little bit here. I'm not 100% convinced on it. There is, you know, right there, 280. What did it get up to? Got up to 263. 280 could be a stall. Could be. But if it gets through that, then it's got a lot of room. So how I want to demonstrate how to use the simulator is in this fashion, because a lot of people like to take pullback trades. You know, they're not necessarily momentum traders. And so let's just work it on here, GTT as an example. Let's just say you wanted to take GTT, but only if it pulled back here. Now, it would have been nicer to have, you know, done it when it was up here and showed it, and then it did bounce. But let's, you know, I'm just showing you how you can do it. So you'll notice that when you click on an alert, the symbol changes. Okay. So I'm going to click on CETX right there. The symbol changes. I can pick how many shares I want to get in. Let's just say 300 shares. And now, oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to do a GTT, not, okay, GTT. So let's just say you wanted to take it on a pullback right to 224. So you type 2.24 into both boxes. Click the buy button, and you'll see right on the chart. How cool is that? Right on the chart, you will see a dark blue line. So if GTT does a pullback back to 224, it'll take the trade. All right. Now, let's just say you didn't want to do it. You know, you at the time you did it, you know, you thought, yeah, that'd be a good idea. But maybe the market is just crashing. Maybe other things are happening. You could always just go to your orders, okay, and you right-click, and it's cancel order to buy. Okay, so you don't have to. Obviously, you don't have to do it if you don't. If later on you don't want to. Now, you could also have done it another way. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you know, if it took out this high here of 280, I would like to be in the trade. So all I would have had to do is put that price 280 a couple times in, click the buy button, and you would have seen a nice big blue line above the current price. Okay? Okay, now let's take a trade. In fact, I want to take the GTT right now. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of that order. I'll cancel it, so the blue line. Now I'm going to take the trade, though. I want to take it. Because now what we're going to talk about is stops and how much and getting into the concept of how much you're going to risk per trade in terms of a dollar amount. And then when you have a stop, that'll help you size your trade. Sizing your trade, meaning don't go into this thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. The number of shares you'll take, in my opinion, should be dictated on how much you're willing to lose on the trade. Not every trade is going to work. So you have to have a price in which you're going to get out of the trade. I'm going to put 232. I'm going to try to take this trade right now. All right, I don't know why. There we go. There's market. Okay, so get out of there. Okay, so I am going to buy right at the market 500 shares. The spread is only a penny, so there's no issue. Okay, so Oh, this is a good, oh, I'm glad I've got this example up here. I'm really glad I have this one up here. Okay, so GTT. So I just took 200, I took 500 shares at 252. The stop, which would be reasonable anyway, but for illustration purposes, I'm going to put the stop at 232. Again, before you get into the trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if the trade doesn't work. You're going to see right on the chart. Okay, you see there's a red line right on the chart at 232. It says $97. It's kind of a rounding thing. I'll explain what I mean by that. So if this trade, if GTT gets down to 232, it'll take me out for a $97 loss. So why did I do a 20-cent stop? Okay, 252 in, 232, just to make this math easy. It turns out that wouldn't have been a bad stop anyway. You look at the 2-minute chart, looks like there could be some support there. If it broke down through that support, you should be out of the trade. Because that's the next question. People, especially when you're new, well, how do I know where to put a stop? That's why you have to practice, okay? Practice, practice, practice. Look at charts, many charts. Eventually you'll start to see, hopefully, the things that I see. When you see an area on the chart where there's a lot of action, that can be a support area, so that if it broke down through that, that you should be out of the trade because the support is not holding. So 20-cent stop. So the next step is to get into the idea or really take hold of this idea that you're going to risk a certain amount every trade and should be about the same amount every trade. So if your account size is, say, $5,000, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll get wiped out soon. So let's just say your account size, allows you to, say, risk $100 a trade. In this example here, knowing that I get in at 252, knowing my stop is at 232, 20 cents away, how do I share size? I divide 20 cents into $100. That's how much I'm trying. That's the most I really want to lose if the trade works against me. So 20 cents into $100 equals 500 shares. You can just do the reverse. 500 shares times a 20-cent stop equals $100. Okay? So really, I can't hammer this home more. If you're new to trading, listen, trading is not easy. It really isn't easy. Okay, we're a scanner. We give you a great tool, but that's what it is. It's a tool. We have this awesome simulator. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, because we get the question all the time. Well, I have ABC broker. Can I use your simulator? Well, it doesn't matter. It's using our real-time data. Okay, so now here's the next step. You've heard me talk. You go, okay, yeah, the guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I agree. I never really considered the idea of a stop before. I didn't really understand. Maybe I should only be risking a certain amount per trade. And that's another thing. You might risk that $100 that first trade. Do not start to revenge trade. You lose that first trade, you're down 100. Don't get into well, man, I got to get that $100 back. The next trade, I better risk $200 so I can get that 100 I lost and then be up 200 when I win on my next trade. Guess what? Maybe the next trade doesn't win. You lose 200. Now you're down 300 and so on and so on. So please try to get into the idea of risking the same amount per trade. Okay? Now, here's the next step. So you've heard me talk. You think, okay, great. Yeah, I understand. I never really considered that concept before. You get into the trade and GTT and either it came from Barry's option scanner and it's been really good, so it's got to work. Or I had a great tip. Somebody told me that this is going to be a wonderful stock. I've read up on it. Everything should work. So, and then, look what's happening. It starts approaching your stop. And you start to think, well, man, maybe I'm too new to trading. I don't really understand where to put a stop. That stop is obviously too tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce my stop down. It's getting close. I don't want to get stopped out because I know this trade is going to work. So you start reducing your stop down. I think you're going to see where I'm going on this. Now it starts approaching that new stop price. And again, you're stubborn. You will not obey your stop. You're going to do it. I guarantee you're going to do it. So you keep moving it down. Finally, now you're at a $500 loss, and you finally throw your hands up and you get out of the trade. Okay? And now you should be really ticked off with yourself because you didn't obey your stop. So how do you counteract that? Really simple. I'm going to put my stop right back there. Okay? Come on. It's close enough. You leave your stop in, and when you get, this takes all of the emotion out of trading. You get stopped out, so be it. You move on. Okay? Now listen, for all the reasons why this was a setup that looked like a good setup before, it may come back later on to be that setup. So maybe, just look at it one way. Okay, I got stopped out, but hey, it's setting up again. Maybe I was a little early. All right? So, I don't teach trading so much as, this is sort of what I call money management, first tools of money management. Because if you don't obey your stops, yes, listen, here's probably one of the worst things that can happen. You don't obey your stops. You start moving it down, 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 and then guess what? It bounces off. You didn't get stopped out, and it soars. This turns into a $5 stock, and you go, phew, I'm sure glad I didn't obey my stop. Yeah, it can happen, and it will happen from time to time. But the time it doesn't happen can wipe you out. Okay? So that's it in terms of my, explaining, risk management. Now, I also want to just show you this. I want to show you this, why I love these two columns. We talked about ante, okay? Look at ante. And these two columns I absolutely love. Look at this max P&L and my open P&L. Okay? Now, if I'm watching this is in the simulator, so don't, have to cry for me on this. But listen, when you use a simulator, don't treat it like an arcade game, okay? Treat it like it's your real money. Don't take, 10,000 shares of something when your account can't take 10,000 shares. We give you $100,000 to trade. But if your account size is $5,000 or $10,000, whatever, then, take an appropriate number of shares. Don't try to go crazy just because you've got $100,000 that we give you in the simulator. But I want to point this out to you. So this ante, a little over 1,000 shares, the entry was $4.95. At one point, I was up $558. Okay? Now, if you are, let's just bring ante up on the chart. So, at one point, there was the buy, and it got all the way up to $550. At $550, I was up $558 based on the number of shares that I had. You cannot allow a gain of $558 to turn into a $425 loss. Okay? I mean, at some point, when I, again, if I'm paying attention, which I, can't completely pay attention, I'm doing lots of other things. But when I see this big topping tail, remember at one point this was a nice big green candle right up there. I start to see this dipping. It's a 4.8 million in the float. I'm going to hammer that point home also. You want to start trading low float stocks, they're very risky. As quickly as they go up, they can come down even more quickly. So you cannot get into a low float stock, and I'll explain what I mean by a low float, and then say, great, I'm in this trade. You know what? I'm going to go outside, walk the dog for 5 minutes, go downstairs, make myself a cup of coffee, come back. This is what can happen, okay? It can drop as quickly as it went up. So what do we mean by a low float stock? Well, they're all, in my opinion, for me, a low float stock is anything under 20 million shares. But if you're used to trading Facebook and Google and Amazon with billions of shares, a low float stock to you might be 100 million. But for, the price ranges that I trade, a low float stock for me is 20 million shares. So what is the float? The float is the available number of shares for trading. Typically you'll see that the companies will have X number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders own, mutual funds, because those shares cannot, in theory, be traded on a daily basis. So you start subtracting, and that gets you to the float, which is typically the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. When you have, this is very low. 4.8 million shares is a very low float. That's why some of these moves, that's only up 27%. When it was up here, it was up probably 50%, okay? Dan, you'll love this. I think I see you. Are you in the room? Is that really you, Dan? Are you in the, wow. I guess it is you because you've got your icon. Although I can shamelessly cheer on GME. Just give me a moment here. So, why does a stock move? Why can some stocks move 100%, 200%, 300% in the day, have these insanely crazy moves? I would say that 99.9% of the time, you're going to see that it has a very low float. And why is it moving? Who knows? I shouldn't say who knows. There are a number of factors why a stock can move. It could have released earnings, and maybe the earnings just blew all the expectations away. If it's a bio, maybe they came out with some press release saying we're in a phase 2 study and it really looks good. All that really matters is that there is some kind of a catalyst. There is some kind of a catalyst that is getting this stock moving. Again, it could be earnings, it could be a press release. That's why I'm doing all my pre-market work. I'm getting up pretty early, 4 o'clock my time, and I'm starting to do all my pre-market work. I'm seeing the stocks that are up the most, and I do a quick look to see, okay, is there any news? I can quickly see if it's earnings, but other than that, I can click on our news to see, okay, that is a reason why this stock could, once the market opens, keep going. So that's why the float is so important. I'm not going to tell the cul-de-sac story. You know what? Maybe I will tell. I haven't told the cul-de-sac story for a while, okay? So you can look at the float like this. Let's say you live in a cul-de-sac. You are 100. You're one of 100 owners of a home in a cul-de-sac. You want to put your home on the market, and you put it out there for $500,000. You're the only one. You're the only one in the cul-de-sac wanting to sell. For some reason, maybe there's maybe there's some news that maybe that whole cul-de-sac is going to get rezoned, or some reason. There's a pile of people that come in and want to buy your home, the buyers. So what happens, right? You put it in for $500,000, 10 people come in, and all of a sudden there's a bidding war for your house. So it goes from $500,000 to $600,000 to $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. Okay, that is the feeding frenzy. One home, the supply. 10 buyers, the demand. Okay, that's if using that as my float analogy, a very low float, that's your supply, and then high demand for whatever reason. That's what causes prices to move up. Now, conversely, let's just say you're still. This is why they can go down as quickly, though. Let's say you're in that same cul-de-sac, and now you've got 10 of your neighbors wanting to sell, and you're all putting it out at $500,000. You only have one lone buyer coming in. Well, you are a motivated seller, so you drop your price to $450, okay? Because you got to get out of there. Well, your neighbor goes to $425, and your neighbor's neighbor goes to $410, and on and on and on. That's how prices can go down. You only have one person that's interested, okay? So that's kind of the analogy I like to use, because I think people can kind of relate to that, and that is the float analogy. Okay, what time is it? 11:15. So I don't know. Were there any questions that I may have missed? What What made me get into trading stocks daily? Yeah, I mean, I was probably like everybody else. I used to, in the old days, rely on stock tips. All right, Dan. I know, I don't know if you're still in the room, Dan, but the Dan to whom I refer is Dan Merkin. I noticed he was in our YouTube room. He is the president, CEO, one of the founders of Trade Ideas. And in fact, the Q&A that I attend on Wednesdays, I try to help them out. That's Dan and Brad have their Q&A on Wednesdays. And that's at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And just, to briefly, because I don't want to dominate, this is more, personal stuff. I don't want to dominate the room talking about, how I got into trading and all. But, I used to be, a position trader. I was holding things for months, years. I wasn't in the market actively. I did okay. I knew some people, quote unquote. I could get information, not insider information, but just I had some broker friends. Anyway, that all started to dry up. And in the beginning of the 2000s, late 1900s, late 1990s, of course, we had the dot-com mania, and everything was just going crazy. I live in Vancouver. We had Vancouver mining stocks that were just going absolutely crazy, and I thought, man, I want to somehow I've got to get involved in this. And so, one thing led to another, but it literally wasn't until 2010. And just as a customer like anybody else in this trading room, I discovered Trade Ideas. And that was sort of the light switch, because before then I was kind of, I had a bit of a method to find stocks that were moving, but I had not refined it at all. When I found Trade Ideas, all of a sudden, it became a lot more clear. I'm not saying it was easy right at the beginning. It's still a learning curve. Just because I felt like a rookie trader, even though I'd been doing kind of day trading for about 5 years, until I really had Trade Ideas. It was really hit or miss. So shameless plug for Trade Ideas, but I started out as a customer. I hammered at Dan for a while. I didn't know anybody, and I said, I think you guys should have a trading room for your customers. I think I nagged him for about 2 years, and finally he gave me a little trading room. We had about 2 people in it. And anyway, here we are. The format of this room has been like this, in which I share my screen and live on the mic since October 2014. Yeah, I'm more of a short-term trader. There's no question. I enjoy it. I like seeing my money at work every day. It's a mindset. That's all it is, really. And I think I developed a way in which I could do it, so that first of all, it was a lot of fun. Okay, well, thanks for the comments, guys. Ernesto, so what I want to do first is to give you a link that we call the 20 short lessons, okay? Before you do anything at all. And the channel bar is covered in there. So Ernesto, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Please take a look at the 20 short lessons. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. 20 lessons, and again, there was sort of cute marketing, all right? This will not take you 20 days, but take the lessons, click on that, take the lessons, and it starts right off the top, how to download Trade Ideas, what is the channel bar, what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. All of the basic features very clearly, concisely explained in these 20 lessons, okay? And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can still click on the link, and again, you can sort of see what we have to offer. Oh, you're talking severe rippage. Oh, I see what you're talking about now. I saw that yesterday. I couldn't. Oh, okay. The severe rippage. Yeah, I like. That's my term. I like it. We're talking about stocks that are just jetting higher. Ripping higher. You've heard that term, I'm sure. So, for whatever reason, I put the two words together, severe rippage, and it seems to have caught on. And the other thing, Ernesto, is that I'm here every day. This is nothing. There's nothing new. This is not unique. 9 to 3, Mondays to Fridays, every day. And so you can ask me questions. I do try to trade also, but you can certainly ask me questions. So hopefully people understand. Well, okay, watch. I'm going to get out of these two trades, flatten. You understand what I was talking about with this max P&L. You should never, ever, ever allow half like $500 turn into a $600 loss. Okay. Delete your post to PJ. Where is it? Yeah, you'll save yourself a lot of aggravation, Ernesto. Trade ideas, you can, again, my analogy is when you take a look at Word, MS Word, okay, and look at the manual they give you. I mean, it's huge, chock full of information, right? The average person, all they care about is how to create this document. Maybe I want to change the font or bold or something like that. I want to print it and save it. So, in one page, you can learn all of that. Traded is, I mean, can be a little bit like that. I think the problem with people, with some people, for some people, not with some people, but for some people, is when they look at all the alerts, all these alerts, all these filters, and they think, oh my gosh, I got to learn them all. Well, you don't. I mean, we have a lot of alerts and filters. I mean, I'm just going to keep going down. Here are the filters. You don't have to learn them all. I use probably 0.5% of trade, but that's the 0.5% that I like. Your 0.5% could be something different. So I mean, that's obviously why we have a lot of different alerts and filters. All right. Have I? Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me to delete a post. It's hard for me to find that post. Sorry. Oh, an email address. Oh, it's in the swing tab. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right, guys. Listen. What time is it? 11:25. Give me about 3 or 4 minutes, and I shall return. MacArthur. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay. The vertical bars on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so are you talking about the dotted line here? What vertical bars are you talking? Are you talking about the shaded area? You're talking about the dotted line? I believe this is just the start of just the start of the new day. Okay, I mean that's if I hover over it. Yeah, this is just the start of the day. That's when at 7 o'clock. That's when we start getting our data. Okay, if you're talking about that dotted line, that's all that is. Nothing more fancy than that. So the question on the count alerts. It's another way of looking at momentum. A stock that is, say, making 30, 40, 50 new highs of the day, it's just another way of looking at momentum. It doesn't have to be. Now, the count alert can't be used with all alerts. But, if you wanted to see stocks making, 20 new 5-minute highs, okay, that's kind of it's just another way of looking at momentum. I mean, a stock that is constantly making new high after new high after new high after new high, that is a real momentum stock. So some like to, man, I'm sorry guys, I have to interrupt my train of thought. I at one point wanted to get into this KOSS, and I'm not in it. I mean, look at now. I only mention this one because it is again one of the Wall Street bets. But if you got into this one, remember my whole thing about the float. This is an insanely low float. 2.5 million shares in the float. That is very, very low, especially for a $30 stock. Okay. So that is the theory behind the count. Let's take a look at Kodak, KODK. Yeah, I mean it's got to get out of its way here, though. I mean, look, yeah, I mean remember that day or that month, that week, that week back here, when all of a sudden Kodak became a drug company. But at any rate, I mean, yeah, it's starting to get a little bit frisky. But to me, look, look at all these topping tails there. I mean, at some point it can break out over 14. It'll just get traders interested. That's all. Doggone it, I wanted that KOSS. You guys are interrupting me too much. Ah, man. Well, let's see. The next high looking left, 35.05. Yeah, I don't think anybody's really caring about earnings or GME. Of course, I kid. I do kid. But people ask me, why don't I trade more? How could I trade more? You know, I mean, it's trading. I absolutely love what I'm doing. Don't get me wrong. And I do trade, but and you know, in all honesty, though, even if I weren't doing this, I was never a trader that had to be in a trade every single second that the market was open. You know, I probably only traded 4 or 5 stocks a day anyway, even if I weren't doing this. So, yeah, one moment, please. Yeah. Well, guys, I mean, you know, we have to look at it. The next high looking left is 322 for GME. That's on that weekly chart. So, and yeah, let's take a look at Rocket. See if they've got a hold of Rocket. Not really. They have not got a hold of Rocket. They, Wall Street Bets guys. I mean, this was them on that day. How's BlackBerry doing? No, it's really just well, and EXPR had earnings. Let's see if it's still hanging tough. Not bad. Well, listen. In all seriousness, I should, you know, if we want to use this room to its full advantage, should have one person or several people monitoring, you know, that Reddit thread, the WSB thread, and letting. I can't do it. I mean, I just. But for instance, I think the other day, Zach. I'm trying to remember what stock it was that they were all of a sudden talking about, and it just popped. Have you really? D2? Okay. Well, are you kind of new to this room? Okay, I thought I kind of recognized, but I think, yeah, you're kind of in and out. Well, stay and give us the scoop, okay, every day. Yeah, big. And you're also monitoring JB, okay. Well, this is good teamwork then, guys. The other thing to always, you know, it can usually give us a little quick pop. People monitoring, oh, I don't see, I guess CNBC, when a company is due to come on, there's usually a little pop ahead of that, or Kramer talks about some stock, you know, things like that. Yeah, I've actually got that one, the swaggy stocks. Yes, I just can't do it during the day. Mr. Real, Mr. Real, you've been missed. Okay, guys, you want to start shorting tops and things like that? I mean, I'm sure Real is going to be all over those sorts of things. I haven't seen William today. Well, yeah, I'll defend it just a little bit. I mean, the ante 467, I mean, it did get up to 551. So you had to be quick, though. And the GTT, yeah, the 248, I mean, it's still in play. I think it's still in play. It's not awesome. But this one, certainly, 467, you had to wait, get that alert, reset the alert, and then, man, I mean, did it ever move? Oh, I can't look at costs. I'm going to have to satisfy myself with GME. It's hard to look away now, guys. I mean, we didn't want this to turn into a Wall Street's bet thing, but I mean, it's impossible to look away from something like this now and what's happening. Oh no, I have it thumbnailed, staring at me. Okay, on my other monitor. I mean, it's insane. Look at the volume coming in. Well, I think I told you guys yesterday what I had done with, I'll lay out the whole thing I did with GME. I actually, whenever GME was $50, 50 something dollars, I remember it might have been this day. I think it was this day. And I took some and I sold, it had to be this day. And I sold it at around $90. And after hours, it went crazy. And then I watched this action here, and I thought, you know what, I got to do it. I got to do it, and I got in around 114. From that time on, I have kept what I call a core position, and kind of traded it. Then took some other shares and kind of just traded it. It did pretty well just trading it. Lost a little sometimes, but overall did pretty well just trading it. But still have that core position, as I call it, from 114. So. And some people. I was asked, well, you don't like to trade stocks over 20. I'll trade stocks that are over 20 if they're going to move 20, 30, $40 a day. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm doing great in it. How do you cancel the? Okay, so to cancel any order, you just go to orders and then right click, okay, and cancel order. Just hover over it. You should see it in the order section. So just go to the simulator, click on orders, and then find the one you want to cancel. Right click on it, and then it's going to say cancel order. Okay. All right, guys. So as I said before, at noon, Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. If you're really interested in using Brokerage Plus and say your IB account, or just in general setting up strategies, maybe to auto trade, things like that, Now's your chance. Okay, well, now, in 17 minutes, you can head over to the YouTube room. In fact, what I'm going to do right now is just put the link in, because that's when I'll take my break. I'm only gone for half an hour, but you know, you won't hurt my feelings if you stay over in that room for an hour. Okay, so there's the YouTube feed. This is what it looks like, because you guys never been over. It's, you know, I mean, this is why I call this the main room. A lot of different tabs, a lot more action in terms of the interaction among traders and all. But nothing wrong with the YouTube room. If you just want to listen to me and see my screen, and you don't care too much about interaction, you know, YouTube is fine. Okay, all I have to do is sign up for them, all right? Hasty McDuck. So if you click on my home page, find the home page tab in this room. Hopefully you can see exactly where it is. So if you click on it, all right, then this is what you'll see. Go to the education section. Click here. And then scroll down to where you see daily webinars. Okay, and they're Monday to Thursday. I don't put them on. I help. I just offer, you know, some text support. Dan and Brad, this is their Wednesday Q&A, and I help out. I'm not on the mic or anything like that, but I just kind of help out. But you can sign up for them all right here. Again, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And they're archived, so you don't have to, if you can't make it live, there's no problem. Okay? I'm actually surprised. Yeah, there are 260,000 shorts of. I'm not shorting it. 260,000 shorts available at Interactive Broker. 264,000 at Interactive Brokers. Wow, this was a real gap up and reverse now. This is shortable. I'm sorry, Ija, but this is shortable. XELA under $5 now. Oh, I agree. They're too scared. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Right back. right, back again. My opinion of RKT, they have not gone a hold of it yet, for whatever reason. The only reason RKT did this on that day was because of the Wall Street Bets guys. And so I don't, obviously they're not a hold of it. They're not a hold of it today. So I have no opinion other than the fact that it's just not moving like the rest of them. But I guess that is an opinion. Well, that was another. Wasn't I think they also had got a hold of that one. You know, when I keep saying that, you know, just have to look back at this day. Okay, on. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It must have been this week here. I think the Wall Street Bets guys got a hold of this one on that week for a while anyway. What, Ija? Come on, man. 800 or bust. Real, unless it's going to move 100%. Oh my goodness. So what Real is really talking about here is shorting the top at some point. Okay? I believe, anyway. Yeah, it's coming into some resistance anyway in the daily chart. But short. So you want to start following Real's posts. And William, who's not here today, William $, doesn't appear to be here today. Specializing in shorting these tops. Really, there are a lot of shorts available. 1.1 million at Interactive Brokers. Lots of shorts available. Now, again, when he says check it, he's not saying short it right now, okay? I mean, it has to be, but look, you know, at the top there, 1060 down to 1017. Pretty good. Well, oh my goodness, what do we got here? Oh, why not? 418, why not? EVFM. Okay, EVFM was on my list this morning. Why? Wainwright maintains buy. CEO reports a purchase. So looks like an insider purchase for EVFM. Look at the room it's got. You know what? This probably is going to show up a little bit later in the option scan. Might be a little late though. Certainly the number of contracts is fine. It's only 2.5 times normal. So my minimum now is 3. Should have told you that earlier too. I have reduced, what I share in the from my homepage is at 500%. But I have now reduced it. Well, I was steadily reducing it from 400 and now it's down to 300, okay? You don't have to, if you don't want to. But 300% are normal, just 3 times. So you can see right there, it's at 261%. So that's why it will not show up unless it gets up to the options have to keep increasing. The number of options have to keep increasing for contracts. Now look at this one. This was flying high. CETX was flying high, and now this is a gap up and reverse. Still a lot of room, EVFM, and look, $4.11 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. 379. Okay, so 379 is the next high looking left on that daily chart for EVFM. All right, yeah, I have confirmation that Michael will be in the YouTube room. So again, guys, all your questions about using Brokerage Plus and maybe Interactive Brokers, maybe doing some auto trading, things like that, head over to the YouTube room. I think he's going to be there momentarily. I'll put the link in again, and he'll be there for an hour. Okay, he is streaming now. Okay, he is streaming now, so just give me a moment before I leave. All right, Michael, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm stopping.
All right, everyone. Just getting geared up here. Hiding all the super secret cool stuff that we're working on. If I can get a little bit of feedback in chat, whether or not you can hear me, you shouldn't be able to see anything yet, but that will be changed here in a second. Oh, good. The dog started to bark. All right, sorry about that. I swear he waits until I start the stream, and then is it this? No, it's not that. Where am I? Ah, there we go. We can hear you. Everything's working. That's awesome. So you should be able to see me here. Give me... Yeah, okay. It's all good. All right. So, turn off myself here. All right, so again, if you guys are new here, what we do is we give Barry some much needed time off in which he takes a little break, grabs a sandwich, whatever he does when he goes and does his thing. And we open this up to live chat about the market, live chat about, the trading. And yeah, that was my door. Sorry if I triggered anyone else's dog, but how the market's doing, anything you guys want to know about the product, anything you guys, just general trading chat, basically an hour solely for our clients, which I think is something awesome that Trade Ideas does that not a lot of software providers do. So you get a different trader every day. So if you're not a fan of me, you can come back tomorrow and you'll hear another guy entirely. So we go for an hour. So feel free to ask any question at all when it comes to this. My focus in Trade Ideas, if you guys don't know who I am, is more on kind of the algorithmic and quantitative side of things, more about the AI and Brokerage Plus, which I should connect to our demo right here. And as I always say, we love when you ask questions. A lot of us don't actually, prepare a whole lot when it comes to what we're going to talk about today, because we're all working at Trade Ideas, doing different things, trading our own accounts as well. So the more you guys ask questions, the less you have to hear me waffle on about stuff. So just quickly going over the market here. SPY, that's the market. I have IB, I have Trade Ideas. Can you show me how to use the two together? Certainly. And what I'll also do, before I forget, let me move this over and pop in here. And we'll go to our support. So we have this great getting started video that I'll post right here for you. Right there. So that's a nice 30-minute intro video that talks slowly through everything you need, everything you want to do, talks about how to connect to our sim, which based on your initial questions, I would highly recommend you focus on the paper trading side of things first, right? Get a good understanding of how everything works in a paper environment, which you can't hurt yourself in any way, and then start to trade real money only after you're confident about everything. That being said, to connect the two, all you'll do is, as soon as you have Trader Workstation open, you'll just go to your connect button right here, and instead of Trade Ideas Simulator, which of course you're going to start at, you'll click on Interactive Brokers Connect. And then from there, the two will be connected. Now, how to work or how to trade the artificial intelligence, two ways to enter trade. So if you want to do it automatically, you want to have them enter for you, you'll simply go in each day, you'll highlight the strategies that you want to activate, right click and click enable selected strategies. First, check your long and short trading instructions. So you'll right click, and you'll be presented with this box, which will show you all of the different trading instructions. So the first one is, what account do you want to point it to? Do you want to point it to your simulated account because you're new and you're getting going? Do you want to point it to your real account because you've been doing this for a length of time and you understand how it works and all the risks and all that type of thing? Then next, it's which trading mode. Do you want to trade in conservative or moderate? Again, before you're trading real money, I'm certainly hoping you're understanding that. So you'll be able to go and check and say, I want to trade in moderate or conservative mode based off what I've seen and what I've looked at and what I've tested. And then it's your position sizing. Do you want to trade in dollars? Like, do you want to put maybe $2,000 into each trade? Do you want to put in a share size where maybe you want to trade 100 shares on each trade? Or do you want it to risk you a certain amount? So say I want to risk $50 on any given trade. That will be covered in here as well. Next will be how you want to enter. And this is the only part of this that's a little bit complicated, right? So how you want to enter will be by order, by limit, or market. I always suggest limit, but some people will do market, but that's up to you and your own trading and how you've tested and all that. If you use a limit, this is the next thing to look at, which is your limit offset. So a limit offset can be, it's basically how much you're willing to pay up for the stock above what that initial price was. So for example, what this reads right now at a negative .05 is saying I am willing to take whatever Holly has as a price when a trade comes through, and I'm willing to pay 5 cents more than that. So if it's a short trade, right, I'm selling 5 cents lower than Holly's price, and if it's a long trade, I'm buying at 5 cents higher than a Holly's price. And with those things, it's basically how much do I want the stock? How much am I willing to pay up versus kind of miss entirely? Last option is just how long you want the order to remain out. So say, Holly tried to short the stock and then it just ran right away without looking back. You may want to leave your order out there for 5 minutes is what this says. Some people want to leave it out for the entire day just in case the price comes back and tags the entry and then they want to take it down. Some people only want it out there for a minute or two and say, hey, if I miss it, then, I miss it, right? And that's just the way it works. So again, to each your own, but you'll edit these for long and short. And when you save them, you only have to do them once each day. And then you come in and you enable them, and Holly will say on, and away we go. Can you pay less? Well, if the market moves in your favor, yes, but that's just general market mechanics, right? You can set it up to play less, but again, you just need to understand how the market operates and how market mechanics work. And if you're not quite there, I highly suggest not auto trading until you get to a point where you're like, okay, I understand, how the market moves and when I will get filled and when I wouldn't get filled on any given trading, right? Let's go through another couple here. I downloaded the software on my laptop. Is there any way to connect to move all the windows at the same time? No, so you can't have them containerized yet. Our web version does that. If you want to do that, you can go to the website and they'll all be inside of a container. But when it comes to the main product, they all move around individually, mainly for people who have, you know, multiple monitor setups or large monitors, and they want to move the system around like that. Philbin's looking to learn more about the product. That's here is a great place, but also let me send you our TI University, which is a little longer form content than the 20 lessons in 20 days. I just put that in the chat right here. And essentially what that's looking for is they're about an hour long each. They start at what we call Trade Ideas 101, which is the very basics of the system, how to open it up, the different window types, you know, and then 201's a little bit more advanced, and 301's a little bit more advanced, and then 401 is very advanced. So they're about, again, an hour long each, and they're recorded, so you can watch them at your own leisure, pause, rewind if there's something you missed, and we can kind of go from there. How do you set up to do an auto entry and manual exit with Brokerage Plus? Well, just depending on where you're entering automatically, if you're entering the AI automatically. So let me just trade this, and just to get in a simulated trade here to show you guys. So if I wanted to just exit this manually, I would just cancel the current order that's out there, and then use these buy and sell buttons whenever I want it to exit. You can also manage a position by right-clicking on the position window, and you've got options to add a stop order or a time stop or a target in through there as well. Third way to manage automatically is to take a look at these orders right here, where you can flatten the position or sell a half of the position or reverse it or double it, and it's all kind of done in through here. But again, all of this is also covered, again, in this intro to trading video and the TI University course. So let's make sure I'm just going through. I'm getting caught up here. As far as we know, the Brokerage Plus filters are based on percentage, aren't super accurate. How can I set it up? Trade based off 1 to 3 idea testing. I'm not too sure what you mean there, Sam. I'll need a little bit more. The filters are accurate. They're totally, I don't know what you mean in the case of not accurate. They're going to display whatever the price is, right? Make sure your data plan is good to go, and all of that. Is E-Trade available? Not yet. We're still working on it. We released it in a beta form. We found some bugs, right? Which is what you do when you're testing betas. So we withdrew it, and we're finishing up some internal testing, and then we'll push it back out when it's safe. Yeah, Jason, you can set any distance from the alert price you would like. You just need to, the reward is the greedier you're going to get, the less you're going to get filled on, and the more aggressive you're going to be, the more you're going to get filled on. So it's whether getting a good price is the most important thing for you, or whether getting the fill is the most important thing for you. And that's going to be different for everybody based off their own testing. Can Holly trade options? No, only equities. U.S. equities we focus on at this time. Now, people will take a suggestion from Holly and then load up their options chain, and if they want to express that trade with options, certainly do that if you would like. Hi, I'm looking for info on creating a alert price, please. I have top gainers list at $2.50 to $10 range, but I want to alert when those shoot up in the last minute by $1. That should be fairly easy. So what you do is you create a new alert window. Start that window from scratch. I always like to click start from scratch. It clears everything out from there. And then I would look at the running up alert. So this running up and running down now, you can actually specify how much you want them to move. So if I want to find stocks, what do you say? Stocks that were shooting up by $1. So let's add this alert in at running up now. And then in this box right here, we'll say I want it to be a minimum of $1. Now, from here, you would just add in whatever filters you want to see. You know, it's going to be different for everybody, but let me just throw in a couple here to give you an example. Show high relative volume, and then what price range did you say? Between 250 and 10. 250 and 10. And volume today, I don't know, let's put in 300,000. And then after that, the key being obviously this running up now alert. And after that, you should get a little window that comes up here. Doesn't look like there's anything in there yet. Is there anything from today? No, not yet. Now, again, looking for a stock that's $2.50 that ran up $1, that's going to be a somewhat rare occurrence. But yeah, it got INVO kind of right in this area at 774. So that might be a pretty good scan, a pretty good alert there. And it get eyes the day before that. Yeah, it did. So you can take a look at this. You can go through and save and share. We'll copy this. And we'll go, so you can take a look at that. That might be a good starting point, and then just modify it as you like. How do I set up the AI to give me buy and sell entry points instead of it trading for me? Well, all you need to do then is just go new and then open up the AI strategies trades. And then you'll see this window that I have down here is that as well. So as soon as I click on one of them, it tells me where the entry was, where the exit was. You know, we're past the time of the day that I expect to see new trades, but you know, the last one, for example, was Funko that was alerted right here, and you'll just see those pop up as you go. Correct. So for 3% max loss and 9% take profit, something doesn't work with these stops when they're set to $1 amount. It works great. You may want to email info@tradeideas.com with some examples. Working fine for me. I use percent stops all the time. So let's just try it. Let's say I want to, let's just set up a little quick algorithm here. Let's just do edit this one, and we're going to put it in the simulated trading default. We're going to just remove all this, and we're going to say I want to risk filter percent, right? Percent. So you're saying 3% stop loss and a 9% profit target. Of course, we're not going to put in a trailing stop with that because we wouldn't put a trailing stop in a normal stop. And now let me find what's like a $10 stock, something to make the math easy for me. LC. So we're going to buy LC here. And we're going to buy it with that algorithm that I just put a 3% stop loss and then a target. So I did that. So my entry, let's do a little math here. So my entry is 1173. And then they put the stop 40 cents away. So spot 4 divided by 1173. So that's 3-ish%, give or take the spread, which of course is that's just the way the market works. You're never going to get anything too exact. So if we do 12 that and we subtract that from 1174, close enough. So that's $1 away, and that will be, so if I do say 1.07 divided by 1174, Yeah, so put it about 9% away. Now, you can make one change if you want to be a little bit more accurate if you're trading very thin or liquid stocks, depending on whether or not you have this clicked, is going to be what it calculates on or not. But again, we can see that give or take a 0.5%, it's working, right? And then what you got to say is, well, is 0.5% a big deal? So if I look at my calculator again, and this is an $11 stock. So what is 0.005, 0.5%? Yeah, right. So that's 0.5 cent, right? So again, your percents are never going to be accurate unless you're trading $1,000 stocks with really tight spreads, but it seems like it's working. And this is the latest beta that you guys have access to. So that's all good, which is good. How do I scan for a 50 MA crossing over a 200 MA? So let's go see what we have for moving average crosses. So the best way to find to make sure if we can scan for something is just go into an alert window, grab your search box right here, and just go cross. We also have a moving average right here. So a 50 MA crossing the 200. We don't currently have that scan there. Well, again, I'm just saying 0.5%, right? So if you look at what's 0.5% of a $11 stock is a 0.5 cent, right? So you're just never going to get super accurate with that for sure. Again, it's just kind of the way the math works, right? And then if you're trading anything in like the $5 area, now you're going to talk that 0.5% is, a third of a cent or a fifth of a cent or something, and it's just not, bid-ask spread and all that. Can I set a time frame for the running up alert? Is it 1 minute or the time frame? So you can running up that alert that I gave you, that's running up now. But say you wanted to do it over 5 minutes, I would look at our change in 5-minute filter, right? So if you added this filter in and you set this as 1, that means the stock had to have moved $1 in 5 minutes, right? So if you wanted to do it for 1 minute, you'd pick this one, 2 minute, you'd pick this one, right? 15 minutes, so on and so forth, up until daily. Any way to configure the y-axis on charts for penny stock trading? No, not yet. We're going to start, I think, adding that in. Generally, we don't do a lot when it comes to sub penny stocks, the pink sheets and that kind of stuff. We've recently added some additions to the system that will allow that to work. Now we just need to make sure that they get rolled out as well. 1 minute volume spikes ask for a ratio. How do I use that alert? This is a great way. So if you're ever wondering, you're saying, oh, what does this mean by a ratio? So if you were looking at the 1 minute volume spike, and I want to know what this means, right? I can highlight it and I can click help. And what will happen is this web page will pop up. It's a big web page, so it takes a second to load, but it will actually, in plain English, spell all this out for you, right? So this alert shows when a stock does an unusual amount of volume, similar to their high relative volume alert, but this is different. You can set the minimum volume of this alert as described below, and if you click on this, it will go here. So what it's looking for is a ratio of current volume, and just to save you guys just hearing me read, current volume to normal volume, right? So if the ratio is 2, that means it's doing double the amount of volume that it normally does on that kind of specific type of basis, right? A ratio of 10 would be 10 times, and so on and so forth as things go on. Sorry, just checking. GME just popped down there pretty big and halted. News, maybe? Did they finally do an offering? Nothing really coming out here. See what it reopens at. Whether or not that was just a big, someone cranking on the sell button there or not. Oh, I'll sign out. MKOV, right? Oh, no problem, Rudy. MVOK. MOKV. I'm looking for a very specific stock that I have. Let me just pop that up there. There we go. MNOV, that's what I was looking at. I have a small day trade that I'm just watching here on MNOV. Just trying to pick a bit of a bottom down here. See if it gets a little bounce off the lows. Basically looking at, again, if you guys are interested, not investment advice, all that kind of stuff, but it's basically this was a bit of the breakout area. So there's some areas of support and resistance kind of in this this little area right here, and you can see that it's bouncing off that now. So I'm just wondering if we get above this kind of hump right here, maybe we just take a bit of a run, a bit of a dead cat bounce. But again, just an intraday kind of scalp just to see if I can get in somewhere near 8 and out somewhere near 9 and risk 10 cents to do it. It's more or less how I look at every day. I'll add that crossover to the suggestion. Again, I'm a chartered market technician. I understand the golden and death cross. Just right. It's what do we want to look at, right? So many things to build in. It's just got to get on a priorities list and then go from there. Oh, GME opened and moved lower, and then did it halt again right away? Oh, what a wild one. I've got some of this from way back in here that I'm still riding a little bit of. How do you get 4 unlinked charts? If you want to unlink a chart, just right click, go under properties. Oh, let me do it on this one so you guys can see. Under properties, and this symbol linking, which is right here. So just untick that and it will no longer link. So I have these 2 charts, and these are linked to trade ideas. So whenever I click on something, they update. And then I have these charts, and then I've actually got more off screen that you guys can't see. And these just contain thumbnail charts of things that I'm watching on the daily, right? So if I just grab this over, right, I've just got more of the same chart. And it's just a way, when I'm not using this for demonstration, I just like to have it up there to say, here is, what I'm looking at, right? Here is everything that I'm looking at, so that I can just quickly glance and see kind of what's going on. So yeah, if they're unlinked, they won't filter through. So it's just a way. And GME, ooh, and halted again. So from 348 to 248, so $100 move in 4 minutes, and halted both times. Makes for a real interesting daily candle right here. If we pop in there, makes me think that there might be news. Did they finally do an offering? Like, I would be shocked if they didn't take this opportunity to offer Thanks. Now there's no need to open a different platform to watch a few stocks at a time. Yeah, I love that, right? Yeah, that's a bad one. Just watching my other trader chat with the other guys, they're all reacting to it too. I was in a bunch. I got out a chunk. I'd like to say at a great price, but just in this area, I had an order above 350 to get out a little more. I missed that, and now it's come down. So again, I'm certainly not going to complain over what I got with this trade. That's for sure. AMC, KOS. So yeah, they're all going. Let's see. AMC, yeah, KOSS. I wonder if there was like a hedge fund that was like everyone was saying, oh, look, it's Reddit pumping it and all that kind of stuff. And then maybe there was actually a hedge fund pumping it. And then that hedge fund just hit the button to clunk out. We'll see. The question is, are the Reddit kids really going to buy this dip? Do they have that in them? Because that's if you were gonna, that's the dip to buy, right? It's got to be. You get, if you really do like the stock, guys, you can go and you just got 100 points that you've got gifted to you. How are you going to take it? No updates on the AI swing trader yet. We're still working on the technology behind it. We underestimated originally how much data we would actually have to crunch in order to do this. Turns out it's insane amounts of data. So we just need to make sure we've got the server infrastructure in place and everything. Plus, TI has experienced some massive growth recently. So we're kind of digesting that growth before we look to push new products. Now, we do have a swing trading product that is very soon to be released. We're just working out kind of the back end payments systems and things like that. We have to kind of fight that and conquer that battle, but the system itself is built. Basically, it'll be an email alert once a week. They're probably cashing out to get the Roblox IPO. As funny as that is, that may actually make sense, but the fact that they all got hit at that same second, at that same time, makes me think that it was some fund or something. But yeah, so this email product, it will be available as a channel for everyone who's a current Trade Ideas subscriber. For anyone who just wants to subscribe to these email swings, you'll just sign up and you'll get an email every Monday that will have a handful of stocks that meet this algorithm that I've created, the criteria behind it, and we'll show the performance of how it's worked. We've back tested it back 4 or 5 years and forward tested it about a year now, just to make sure that there wasn't any. Sometimes you back test something and it looks good in back test, but then when you get it in the real world, it doesn't function as required. So we made sure that we tested it live at the same time, and that held through. Well. So when we backtest, is the speed of the backtest dependent on your server, or when the backtests are... No, the backtests are all done server side. So If things are running a little bit slow server side, a couple things you can do. The first, if anything's ever running a little slow on trade ideas, is go to your account right up here, and under account, just hit reset connection. What this will do is essentially toggle the server that you're on, just cycle it in and out. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be many halts of GME, whatever's happening right now with this this crash. So just cycle that, and then at the same time, if you're having issues with the back test, sometimes it's best just to wait and come back to it. Maybe 20 minutes or a half hour later. Sometimes you're basically trying to run things at the same time the AI is running things in the back end, and she's a bit of a hog when it comes to that stuff. So again, just be a bit wary there. So another one is, what's the best strategy for momentum stocks I can use? Well, the best strategy for any trading strategy, and I bet you anyone who followed me for any length of time knows what I'm going to say, is the strategy that's in your written trading plan. So before you committed money to the market, I am sure that you sat down and you've written out a trading plan, and that has reasons for entries, reasons for exits, all of these things specified, because every trader who's successful over the long run has a trading plan. So if you just want to tell me a little bit about that plan and what you have for entries and exits, you can let me know, and I'll see if we have a scan that fits that. But there is no best way to trade, right? The best way to trade is the way that you've come up with to trade, that meets that trading plan and that trading style and philosophy that you've worked so hard to build and test. What I will say is, if you don't have a trading plan, please stop trading until you get it done. It is the difference from every trader I've ever met, winning traders and losing traders, is do you have a trading plan, and how well do you follow it? So Brett's saying no major issues, just wondering if I was hindering with my specs. No, all the back testing is done server side, thankfully, because the amount of numbers and math that's being crunched there, even if you had a pretty good computer, you'd probably have a hard time with it. So it's all done on our servers, just because, again, the amount of data points, if you had to have them locally, most people, unless you've got like a really nice gaming rig or something, most people would have a hard time. But yeah, you're right, Sam. We halted again. What a good system we have here. So halt for 5 minutes, move a bit, halt for 5 minutes, move a bit, halt for 5 minutes. Like, can we get to a system where that doesn't happen, where we don't have these crazy inconsistent halts and everything that we're trying to trade? That would be great. It's like, how would you trade that if you were very focused on intraday? Yeah, I expect 65 days and 1,200 stocks to take a bit. Yeah, it's a lot of data, because it's not only doing that, it's doing it, and then that optimization tab that has all of your, this is how the 200-day moving average affected it. This is how the 50-day affected it. This is how the amount of data is pretty wild, for sure. Well, at least now we got something interesting to watch. What are we going to do here on GameStop next? Are we going to open under 200, or are we going to open back over 300? It's wild. What a world. What are the guys on Reddit saying? Let's go to Reddit, and then let's go to new. Here's the the newest Reddit post right here. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. This is fun. This is fun for again, I hope it works out well for them. I'm worried that there's going to be a reckoning, right? The question is, can they get it pushed enough? Can they get it up enough before they go? Is there a way to remove the timed exit from the backtester? No. Well, it needs to have some exit criteria, right? Oh, it looks like the answer is we're opening up under 200. Yes, it needs some exit, or else it can't calculate trades, right? So it needs to be able, so you can push it as far as you want, but there has to be something, right? We have to have some kind of an exit. Did it just halt again? Halts will happen due to the market makers, not the technology. Yes and no, right? It is one of those things that's the reason they put the halts in place. Well, I go over my trading plan. It's not really the place for that, MR. This is more just trying to support trade ideas. Now, I do have let me link. I had a series, and again, anybody who's followed me will know what I'm about to plug. But during the lockdown, I sat down with my wife and kind of went through and said she was interested in learning how to trade and what I did and all this. So we sat down and we did this 36 lesson free course. And it's, again, it's on my website there, completely free. We went how to build her trading plan based off what she knew. You should never copy someone's trading plan, right? You should develop your own, because then you'll know how to modify it when things change and all of these things. But go through and check that out. If you're just interested in the trading plan part of it, just scroll to lesson 36 or so from there. Is there a 101 for the Holly Strat Windows? There is. We actually have that in our TI University course right here. So if you're just looking for more of the AI type of thing, that's probably going to be lessons 301 and 401. But again, if you're new to the product, that's a great watch to watch it all. But yeah, Sam, back to your question about the time stop. Well, what if you ran a back test and there was a whole bunch of trades that never hit a stop or a profit target, right? Those would just be kind of in limbo. So you need some sort of a stopping point. You can't say, I'm going to buy this stock and I'm going to hold it forever until it hits a stop loss or a profit target. That's not going to be a good test. You wouldn't want to do that anyway, where you just hold something forever, because that's just dead money at that point. If it's not stopping you out and it's not making you money, you should always kill a trade at some point and not just sit in it forever, because it's the opportunity cost of your money you have to think about as well, where if you're sitting in a trade for, depending on your time frame, if you're a day trader and you're sitting in it all day, or if you're a swing trader and you're sitting in it for weeks and weeks and weeks, you need to at some point just say, okay, right, I bought this stock and it's in a base, or it's not moving, it's just not doing anything. It's time to kill it and then cycle into the next one. Man, so what's the bet? So we're going to open back at 250 and halt again? Or are we going to open at 100 and halt? What do we think the next one's going to be? Man, my watching my P&L on this is just absolutely bonkers. Trying to stay very detached. I got not a massive position. I wasn't betting the farm on GME, but I had a large enough position that I was very, very happy this morning. I'm now obviously wishing that I sold more, but we'll see what happens. We should find a way to place bets in the room of what it's going to open. I think you can do it with like polls or in some stream. Oh, there we're open again. Still at 197. Back over to I think we halted again. Hold on. I should have done this a long time ago. So by the way, if you want to know about halts, we actually have a halt resume scanner right here. So this will tell you when something halts and when it doesn't. And if you want to look at just a single stock, which I'm going to do now, you go to the symbol list tabs, do some education instead of just watching this, I guess. Go into a single symbol and I'll just type GME. So now this window is basically looking at only GME, and when it's halted and when it's coming back. We'll see that in this window that you see right here. So you can see we just halted at $2 or $203 even. And then if we go history and we look at today, we can see, right, halted at 302, right, then halted again at 248, and then halted again at 216, and then halted again at 198, and now halted again at 230 or 203.50. So if we go real time, then what this will do is it will tell us when it comes back and at what price, and then if it gets halted again, at what price. But it's, I don't want to get into my market rants, but, it is both someone said it was the market makers and someone said it was the technology. My argument is that it would be both. But I think I look at it as something's got to be fixed here, right? There's no, a market's job, quote unquote, is to be able to facilitate money flow. And you can't do that if the stock halts every 10 seconds. Now, the reason they put this in, I guess, is a bit of a history lesson for you guys that are new and you weren't around for the flash crash. But we had this one, this guy hit the wrong button and sold. I'm going to be way off in the numbers, but he meant to sell maybe 100 ES contracts and he sold 10,000 ES contracts. And that caused this flash crash where the market just dumped, and all of the algorithms that are designed to make markets and everything, they generally have systems in place in which it will stop trading. So it just says, hey, everything's getting wild, I'm going to turn off. So what happened is the bottom fell out of the market entirely. And the market just tanked. It was down an insane amount. I remember watching it on CNBC and everyone was freaking out and no one knew what would happen, and no one no one was like, is it a terrorist attack? Is it this? Is it that? And it turned out it was none of those things. And the market actually closed the day even to not down very much. So they implemented these rules to stop from a flash crash. But, Is it too tight? Do we need to do something to the HFT algos that just stop trading when things get volatile? Is there a better way to do it? Because I'm a holder of GME right now. Again, from my entry prices in the low 70s, and I got out a third of the position at $300 today, right? So I'm fine. But if you were actively trading this, how do you do that in this market, right? How do you comfortably say, okay, I'm gonna just set it to trade and then kind of walk away, right? It just seems, I don't know, terrifying, and then that's kind of terrifying for the financial system as a whole, without getting inflammatory in my speech, right? It's again, the point of the market is that you're supposed to be able to transact investments at any price, and right, so far it's right, halt down, halt down, halt down, halt up, halt. Right, so are we gonna halt all the way back up to 350, or and then again, how do you trade it if you're a trader? Right, if you're someone who bought into this right now, what if it opens at 100? You just don't know, and it becomes very scary. So this is a good time to do a lesson. If you are a new trader, don't trade this stock. If you're a struggling trader, don't trade this stock. Oh, so we resumed there, and we're at 220. So you can see what happened here, right? It came through resume, and we resumed at 220. So the question is, do we halt again at 220? So if we halt again on GME, you'll probably see it first here. You'll see another line come up that will say halt. We're rallying. Maybe they're going to halt it again. But just please, right? If you're a new trader, if you're a struggling trader, don't trade this. If you're an experienced trader, just trade it small, right? Risk is managed on order entry. If you take 10 shares of GME, you're putting in what's that, $2,500? That's fine. Depending on the size of your account, you just need to know that $2,500 can get cut in half, right? So just be careful. Above all else, everyone, just always be careful. The goal of trading is to live a fight another day. So we're back open, we're rallying. We haven't halted yet. But yeah, just be careful. So the question on the calendar feature. So that's just in the sim right now. You can just double click on any day. You can see I don't use this account very much. This is like my demo account for you guys. Oh, we're halted again. So we're gonna clean this up for the calendar feature for the sim, and then we're gonna go over to live trading. Now, what I will say, as much as criticism I have about IB, I really like their reporting. IB has really good reporting for sure. Yeah, so again, you can see the halt came through right here. So it came 242. Then the other thing you can keep in mind is volatility halts. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure someone will. Volatility halts, I believe, are 5 minutes. So you can look at it and you can say, okay, so 1:53:54 my time, so 12:53:54 Eastern. So 5 minutes from that will be 58, and we'll go from there. NOV that I was talking about, that's doing well. I'm glad I'm sitting on my hands for this GME. Whew. Should I show you guys my P&L? I don't like to because it gets people, right? Some people are going to say, holy crap, that's a lot. And some people are going to say, man, you're such a tiny little trader. But the P&L swings have been traumatic for me today, that's for sure. I just got the beta update, still don't have it. The calendar feature, so if you go new calendar, you don't see this calendar tab right here. Because this version I'm on is fairly old, I think. Maybe it is new. Oh, so you don't. Okay. I just asked in Slack there. Maybe it's not open for you guys yet. In which case, sorry, it will be soon. Now, I meet regularly with the dev staff of Trade Ideas, and he's working hard on it. You not that guy. I very much try not to be that guy, right? I just, my goal, again, if you guys don't know me, I've got a small YouTube channel, and this is how I've started with Trade Ideas. I've got a small Twitter account. I'm a CMT. I've been doing this for ages. You will never see me in front of a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or anything like that, because A, that's not the way it works, and B, that's not the guy I ever want to be. I want to educate traders. I want them to build their own trading plans, teach a man to fish kind of thing, right? Well, yeah, GME. So this is very interesting. GME is messing with the sectors, Sam says, and it is like XRT, the retail sector, is very, very weighted. Last time I checked towards GME. So, it's crazy. If you guys are new at trading, I need to take a moment to express how insane what's going on is. As someone who's traded for 15 plus years, I've seen some wild stuff, right? I've seen stocks go up from a bunch to zero to back again. I've never seen anything this wild. And I'm rooting for them. I'm very, very much rooting for the traders for sure. However, this is a wild experience, right? So this is a website called Koifin, right? Obviously no affiliation. Maybe we'll do something with them later. But you can look up the weights of the ETF holdings, and you can see that GME is 14% of the XRT, which is the real estate index, which is just a massive amount. Which, again, is just wild, right? 1 year return, 6,933%. Yeah, so just if you're trading the XRT and you're wondering what's going on, that's the thing to kind of keep an eye out for and to keep a watch out for, is that if you're trading the XRT, you're pretty much trading a GME, or you're trading 14% of the move that's going to take place on the XRT is going to do so because of whatever GME does. So again, if you're using index funds for trading or long-term holdings or something like that, you just need to know that, again, a large part of what you're doing is GME related. So again, be careful about that. Know that until this whole GME thing is sorted one way or another, your XRT holdings are going to experience just wild volatility. And again, the one thing I preach, if anyone's followed me for any length of time, more than anything, it's just safety. Your whole job as a trader is to be able to be here tomorrow, right? And then to be here the next day and to be here the next day. And at some point, you're going to get a trade that's going to be a great winner in your favor, and it's going to make up for all the times you had to beat your head against the wall. But you have to be alive for that. You've got to be defensive, and you got to protect yourself. And there's really no way to do that right now in GME. Sadly, there's really no way I see to defend yourself with the halting that's going on all the time. So again, be careful, everyone. I'm starting to get the hook from Barry. So again, if you like chatting with me, I'm here on Wednesdays. I gave you all my stuff on how to find me. If you don't like the sound of my voice, I completely understand. You're going to get Barry back. And then you're also going to get another trader at this time tomorrow. This time tomorrow, I think it's Jamie. And he'll help you out. Jamie's been a veteran of the market for many, many years. Completely different style than me, which I think is great. All right, guys. So that is it for me. Barry's going to take it back. It was nice hanging out with you, and I will chat with you guys.
Before I leave, not talking. I'm talking YouTube room. I know you guys here can hear me. Okay, I'm just talking in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So YouTubers, can you hear me before I leave to do my quick video? Okay. No, I know. You guys aren't the YouTubers. I know it's confusing. It is confusing. Okay, I'm just going to, can you hear me text-wise? Can you guys, just to YouTube. Just want to make sure that we hand it off seamlessly. Ija, where are you? Henry Benjamin. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, great. Okay, guys, so I will do my video now and let's put the announcement in. Time is at 1:02, so I can't imagine it should be any later than 1:20 unless something really goes wrong. Yeah, thank you. I know you guys can hear me now. Thank you. And again, if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do, from my homepage, right here, from my homepage, I put the link into the YouTube room, but from my homepage, right there, click on that, and you will see right there, recap video, okay? All right, guys, I'll see you at around 1:20. Put myself on mute. right, guys, I'm back. Oops. Yeah, that is very Martin-like, isn't it? Though he's usually in the $1 stocks. But yes, he's got just hammered yesterday and having a decent, decent recovery. Now, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. TLIS. Yeah, it just got halted. I guess this is an IPO last month. Must be an IPO right here. I guess that's why I haven't really seen it. It's not been a good IPO. Look at this. Cut in half, really, from its IPO day or date. Cut in half. Just got halted on the way up. And it is shortable. I know what you're looking at, for real. It is shortable. Uh, 700, I know you don't want to hear this, Will, but 727,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. You're very welcome. So, Joseph, are you talking about in auto trade mode? When you say it is not picking up all the trades from the strategy, are you talking about your own strategy, or are you talking about? You must be talking about auto trading, and are you talking about auto trading the AI? Also, I should really go over this. For those of you who are bound and determined that you want to auto trade the AI, before you do it, practice it. Okay, practice. Use our simulator and turn all the strategies on and just see how it goes, guys. Okay? Before you commit money to the market. I wouldn't listen to anything that Real talks about if it's a product from Amazon. And this is, I have some experience in that. Just in case anybody's showing up saying, my gosh, how can it be like that? It just happened. It was not an operator error. TLIS, okay, just opened. TLIS, it just opened. It's pretty, well, the spread is a little bit all over the place. 21.30, wow. Yeah, it's really all over the place. And it's a nice pop again for TLIS. And, it's a low float, 21 million in the float. So it is going to be it's a low float situation. Well, it's getting, looks like it's getting kind of ripe for that short. Ooh, this just got halted. GBR just got halted. No, I think GBR was one of those guys, one of those during the week of the 25th in January. Okay, just one second. I don't see the Qs, or okay, maybe the Qs are red. I don't see NAS is red. I think that's real time, but oh, okay, just basically flat. Qs are flat. I guess when you mentioned it was down here, so whew, what a day. RBLX has not opened yet, right? RBLX, you're saying, oh, not dropped yet. I see what you mean. You mean it's not started to trade yet. Okay. I thought you meant like literally share price had not dropped yet. I don't know about that. You know, there's so many shares in that float. That may not be the type of thing that they like to get their hands on. So we'll have to see, but Mr. Big, okay, so I don't trade the 1 minute chart ever. 2 minute chart, I have it up here for not so much for, it's for another reason. Really the lowest I look at is a 5 minute chart. Okay, that's me personally, okay, and it's not a recommendation. I mean, there are people out there that, you know, swear by using a 1 minute chart. But typically the lowest I'll look at is a 5, 15, 5 and the 15 are my two real go-tos. And the indicators that I have, you know, the number one indicator, of course, on the daily chart is the 200-day moving average. After that, I'm not a big indicator guy. Okay, I'm not into MACDs and, you know, all those. I'm just not. Again, that is just me. So I'm answering somebody in the YouTube room. And so that's not a recommendation necessarily. Definitely the 200-day moving average, you know, on the daily chart. Now that is something I'll always keep an eye on. But a lot of people will use the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. So the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA on all time frames. All right. Well, yeah, that's good. Flying monkey, that's good. Wow, Mesa, all-time high for Mesa. Right at the all-time high. What's that? 1640. Well, 1641 is the all-time high. It's almost there for Mesa, MESA. Oh yeah, there are many people who will scale in. Yeah, I'm just sort of following that discussion about adding. Scaling into a winner, is obviously acceptable. It's what we talk about is never adding to a loser. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, that turned into a nice short. It was just I wasn't sure where to do it. The TLIS. I mean, it was way above it. I was actually thinking right about there, and then it took the jump, and then another jump. Yeah, that's not a matter of real not having other great traders, Grumpy. It's who I can count on to maybe look at some posts, get rid of them, take over a little bit when I'm maybe on a break, things like that. It's not a matter of good traders or not. Okay, guys, here it is. RBLX is now up and running. Let's see what happens. So it did come out at 65. So you see what I did there? Just a little trick. You want to know when an IPO starts. Oops. You want to know when an IPO starts? Then all you have to do is do what I did. Here are my price alerts. This is my price alerts window. So what I did was even though I just put RBLX in a chart. It recognized the chart, and I just put a price alert. Give me a price alert of $1. Right there. So the minute it opened, of course, it was going to open way over $1. It popped up on my screen, so I knew it was open. You're right. You're right. It does say no data at IB. Interesting. I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it'll start. But yeah, you're right. I don't know why that happens. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it says 33 million. I can't trade it. Not that I want to trade it. I don't usually trade IPOs a day of. The only time I do, it's a little late anyway, but the only time I do, the ones that say open around 10:30, I usually put a 2-hour high mark, price alert, and if it takes that out later on in the day, that is sometimes the only time I will trade an IPO the day of. But typically I don't. Do I trade after hours on earnings? Is that what you're saying or asking me, Lily? Never. Never. I rarely trade after hours. The only time I'll trade after hours is if we've seen a stock that has been really, really active all day long, it closes near the high, and if I haven't taken it, just before the close, I'll watch to see how it trades after hours. If it's holding and starts to make a little move, that's probably about the only time I will take an after hours trade. And of course, assuming that it has a lot of room, on the higher time frames. And chacun a son goût. To each his own, really. I mean, yeah, if you like trading after hours. Boy, this one has come back also. This is sort of like a Martin stock reel. Look at this, big, not quite the catastrophic drop, not all at once, but definitely coming off that base of 10. You are right. Boy, this GBR, yeah, it is. It's on fire. Yeah, we saw it earlier. It got halted. Now it's halted again. And look at the float. Why? Look at this. Floats get updated every, and this is typical in the industry. Okay, twice a month. This is something that is turning into be a little bit controversial. You know, the twice a month. This is standard for the industry, and you know, after what's happening with the GME and things like that, you were saying, well, that's ridiculous. Why isn't the float information and the short float percent? Why aren't they updated every day? So all sorts of conspiracy theories as to why that isn't, why that doesn't happen, but. GBR just resumed. So that 1044 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And on the daily chart, it's about the same. Yeah, 833 is the next high looking left. Okay, guys, I just have to check a couple of discussions that are going on. Take a look at load. You're back, Aja. No, you made a nice. I don't know if you got rid of everything over 300, but that was a good trade if you got rid of everything. Well, this one surprised me, I have to admit. FLGT, I actually thought it was going to be poised. I mean, look at the trading. I thought it was going to be poised to maybe take advantage of the break right here on the daily chart, this FLGT. It got right there. I thought maybe it'll start to fill in this void, and not even close. I mean, it did get over it, and then it just dropped, and now it's fading down towards this area. This has been a very active trader, wide range trader, FLGT. See if it's tradable yet for me at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. Who's able to trade RBLX? And who is your broker? Who's your broker, Tech? Oh, CMEG, okay. Yeah, it's interesting. Really? Fidelity, you can trade? Yeah, no quotes. Yeah, no quotes at Interactive Brokers. I'm very surprised. Not that I really want to trade it right now, but it is just interesting that no trading at IB yet, even though they recognize the symbol. You get what you pay for. Oh boy, this is an interesting one. This is an all-time low. GOCO. Interesting. Look at the break under $10 now. I mean, it's an all-time low right now. Yeah, 10.02 was the previous low. A break under $10 for this GOCO, and it is shortable for me. Oh, tons of shares are available. Okay, I want to watch this one to see how well it holds under 10. And I'm talking about GOCO. Let's see if it can have a nice break. VERX, guys, this is a gap down, and let's keep going down. Look at this now. What sort of support is there? 2487, that's far enough away. VERX is on its way down. ENSV from Real. Yeah, well, you can't say stupid IB. Now, this is coming right into the 200-day moving average also. I'm sure you know that. 232. Boy, there's that FLGT, guys. I mean, it's right on 100 now. FLGT. It's looking like it is weakening by the second here. I just mentioned the VERX continues down. Yeah, boy, we're starting to get some LI continues down, a gap up on reverse. So it gapped up, reversing now. LI, EV out of China. FLGT, it's right at 100. What will you do? Stalking Tish. Hello, Stalking Tish. Inventive name. Nothing in the basic new highs. Wow. It's not like the market is crashing or anything, but with this, so all these stocks that had made highs earlier in the day are just not making new highs now. That's what this means right here. These are the only ones for the whole day out of this basic new highs and lows with these filters. These are the only ones. Well, guys, there it goes. FLGT just broke down below 100. Well, it did. Honest. 99.45. Boy, this one is just continuing to drop here. This VERX, I think I mentioned it right. It was right there around 26.70. 26 now, the challenge. This is actually an earnings play, March 10th pre-market. So this is actually an earnings play. So it was not good. There was really no action in the pre-market. Thank you, Real. Yeah, can't do this. Can't do that in this room, Stalking Tish. Okay, I mean, there's your first warning. Okay. Yeah. Shit. Yes, you can ask room about the products. Yes, you can ask questions about the products. Absolutely, Smitty. It's pretty hard, Sam. Okay, it's pretty hard sharing a document with somebody in the room. Man, look at this, guys! This is about $1 since over $1 since I mentioned this on the Gap Down and Go, VERX. Wow, I mean, you know, it's kind of sleepy most of the day, and then it just got moving down. And look at this. And it's getting into an area like the low here is 24.96. So I don't know. Maybe this will hold it. There's a low that month. This is back in 3 months ago. Yeah, so we don't have a free trial, Smitty. The best we can offer you is if in within 5 days. Well, I know it doesn't give you a lot of time. If within 5 days you don't like the product, we'll refund your money. That's about the best we can do. We don't have free trials. So I can give you a link for that if that interests you at all. Otherwise, you can come into this room. The room is free. You can see how we use the product. But if you do click on that link, my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Not that. Okay, you will see this and then get trade ideas. You give you 15% off the first month. You could probably start off just with the standard, not the month, not the annual. So it'd be 118 less the 15%. And again, if within 5 days you thought, well, I don't like it, then we'll refund your money. The other thing you might want to look at before you even make that commitment is you can take a look at the 20 short lessons that we've got, and that'll give you an idea about some of the features that we have. Okay, that's free, of course. Well, free to look at. Okay, and that might get you started anyway. No, it's not. It's not in the works anymore. Guys I mean, it was maybe a bit of a dream. I suppose that if we had some insane valuation, but we have had such a successful, well, I always say unfortunately, because, there's so many people now trying to trade at home. And so our subscriber base is just gone absolutely crazy last year and continuing into this year. And, they don't want to be beholden to anybody, taking money from anybody. We don't need it. We don't need the money. We don't need the money to expand or anything like that. So yeah, it's all text-based. It's not video. I mean, we do have on my homepage also, if you're brand new to trading, you might want to take a look at this. So if you click on my homepage, and let me just show you where. So we have an education section right over here. Click here. And this is all free. And one of them is way down here. Back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, back to basics. This little video, one of our traders and his wife put this together. His wife was a complete neophyte. So that's literally what is a stock, okay? Intro to charts. So this would be pretty good if you're brand new to trading. Greg, well, you can use our consecutive filter, day filter. See how that works. Configure, search, type in consecutive. And days, okay? So add the filter. You want days down, you put minus. So if you want it to be a, excuse me, a certain minimum, then you could put, -4, -5, -6, whatever that number is going to be. So for Tesla, if you'd put -5, and then today, a stock may be trading above yesterday's close. Well, that's all I can't help you then. If it didn't catch it, then you could also maybe try the change over 5 day. Change in 5 days. A certain percentage down. And then, put a, but if that didn't catch it, then I really don't have any suggestions. I don't know why though. I mean, it's a minimum 5 days down or 4 days down. I don't know why it's a limitation, because it's always looking at the previous days, consecutive candles down. It's always looking at the previous 5 days. So I'm not sure why it would be a limitation, but yeah, I mean, it should have caught 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I don't know why it wouldn't have caught it. Here's another one just showing a gap up and reverse. Oh, look at this one. LHDX. Is this? No, it's not one of the SPACs. I thought it might have been a SPAC. Look at this one starting to tank here. LHDX. Yeah, the Qs are not looking healthy. I was really hoping to give a little more confidence to people in, wanting to get back into the techs, that this would be a nice green candle. Didn't have to be huge, just green. I was looking for maybe a couple of, this was the nice one, of course, had a big, big pop. And then I was hoping maybe this one would be green and maybe tomorrow would be green. Didn't have to be super wide, just green. Give people maybe the confidence that, okay, maybe the tech slaughter is over for a while, but doesn't look like it. Did I change my default red to yellow? Not that I'm aware of, but if it's yellow for me, is just anything down for the day. Yellow, red, I use orange, and greens and blues are things that are up. That's just the way I do it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this Joko, GOCO, and see how well it holds under 10. And, you know, if it gets maybe into the, well, it doesn't look like it's going to now. If it gets into, say, the 980s, I would probably take a short. It got to 991. I want to see it really leave 10 behind. It may not do it. Yeah, that I don't know, Panda. Sometimes the ones that get liked, it takes a while. Still not tradable at Interactive Brokers. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It shouldn't. It's got nothing. You know, we've got nothing to do with in that regard. So I don't know why. Because we certainly recognize it. Just give me a moment. I just want to see if when I added it to mine, see if it. I don't use the liked very much anymore. Don't even know what I called it. Anybody heard of CEI? It's appeared before. Camber Energy, yeah. It's had some interesting days. Got up to 315 I say 3 weeks ago. Yeah, this Mesa is strong, and now it's definitely an all-time high now for Mesa, MESA. Yeah, it's got to get into the 980s. I'll take a real hard look at it if it gets into the 980s, and that's for the GOCO. I could have sworn I had something that tracked my, without having to go to the channel bar, my liked list. I just don't use it anymore. Nah. Ah, he made a change. No, it's not mine. It was no, it's not. It was mine. It was when we were in San Diego and we rented a car. and so I rented a white Mustang. So he's made the change. I'm always the last to know when they make a change like that. There we go. That's funny. That's a little more me, guys. You know, I'm not the windswept come off a boat, cool. Well, I don't know about cool, but that is probably a little more me. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry, just having a little fun here. Yeah, my wife hated that picture. Hated it. Not the Mustang picture, but the other one. Look at Mara, guys. MARA is making a little pop here. But who knows? Maybe we'll just rotate them through. Mara's making a little buzz here. All right, guys. So I'm whipped. I mean, this was quite a morning following that GME for me and all. So I am definitely whipped. I'm just kind of biding my time until we shut down the room. This is my long day. This is the day in which I do help out in the Q&A webinar at 5 o'clock Eastern time. So this is definitely my long day. COVID passed. Okay, there you go. So maybe there's a little pop in the SPY. Okay, my trader, I think I can help you. Just a minute. Okay, so Chris, there are two rooms, okay, but they're both free. This is what I call the main trading room. If you want to head over there from the YouTube room, I can give you a link, but they're both free. There's not a members only room and then a free room. They're both free. And let me just give you a link if you want to head over. It's just that what I call the main room, it's just a lot more activity, more traders in there. Easier for me to hand out links. Okay, it's just easier. I've got some tabs here, and there's just more action in this room in terms of interaction between traders or among traders. Okay. Look at Mara, guys. Okay, how do you create a watch list? Okay, I'm going to give you a little video. It's going to show you exactly how you do it. We call it a symbol list. Okay, but this is a video, my trader. Okay. Thank you, James. I do appreciate that. Yeah, we try to keep it pretty focused on stocks only, of course. We don't deviate. There are very few rules in the room other than, obviously keep it stock centric. We don't get into politics or anything like that. No pumping. Okay, so you can. So is the question when you click on an alert, you'd like to know what sector industry it's in? Is that what you mean, Phoenix? Oh, I see. You want to scan all biotech. Okay, well, for instance, you could try here to start, okay? If you go into the channel bar, but I will show you another way, but if you go into the channel bar, I believe we must have something, biotechs as an example, okay? So this is focusing just on biotechs in the channel bar. Now, the issue is that how up to date is the symbol list that it's scanning. I mean, that can always be a bit of an issue because we have to do it. We do have to do it manually to a certain extent. Now, and again, before you do that, before you click on this, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Okay, so this will help, but it's not perfect. So give me a telecom. How about T as an example, okay? AT&T. Okay. So you see what happened. You can try, but it's not perfect, and it definitely needs some more work. I'm completely aware of that, but but you can start off by this. So you notice we have a similar tab. Or do you notice that we have a similar tab? Okay, so when you click on similar, what it's supposed to be doing is looking at that sector. Okay, competitors in the sector. So when I clicked on T-Mobile, so I've got, TDS, these are all wired telecommunication carriers, TLK, there was Shenandoah, so these are stocks in the similar stocks in that sector. Is it perfect? No. I'm going to tell you that right off the bat. Okay, so the next step, if you have the single stock window up and running, then you can duplicate it. And then you click on similar, and here you have, okay, this is what I've done. This is how I see this all the time. Now, here's what you can do. You can right click and pop it out. Now you've got a top list of wired telecommunication carriers. Okay, it's a top list now that you can take it and you can massage it any way you want. You know, you can put a minimum price or price range that you want, a minimum volume that you want, just like any other top list. Okay? Now, are you going to see some stocks in here that you might say, well, how did that make it in there? It's something that we're definitely working on. Okay, so you see the similar tab. So just duplicate it or duplicate it. I'm only telling you to duplicate it so that you can, if you always want to have your single stock window like I do, I always want to see my single stock window. So you click on the similar tab and then you right click, duplicate, and then you'll have this, and then right click, pop it out. Okay, makes sense? Or should I do it again? So popping it out makes a top list. Exactly. It's just a top list, just like your, any other top list that you may have. Now you can, go and configure it. You can put a price range you want, a minimum volume, just like any other top list, you can customize it. And then don't forget to save it. And you can do that for virtually any industry. So what I have done in the past is, let's just say, there's a hot sector today. I will use this as similar, and I'll pop out that sector so I can track that sector for the day. Well, it can identify, you probably know, well, maybe you don't know this. You can have the column. So you can have like the sector, subsector, industry group, industry, sub-industry. Okay, you can have all these. Yeah, not in search, yes. Now we do have I know we have something to do with sector. Sector status is here, but I think it's just looking at the major sectors. Like XLF and XLE and things like that. If you give me a moment, I can open it. I just have to make sure that I have got all my windows pinned. All right, I think I'm okay, but just in case, I'm just going to save my layout. All right, so let's take a look at this channel bar here. And the sectors, where was that? Sectors. I think it's just the major sectors. Yeah, it's just the major sectors, which isn't bad, but it's it's just the major sectors. The common 9 of them, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Okay. Okay, Panda, where are you? So I hearted. Maybe it just took a little bit of time to get in, but I hearted in my liked. I hearted the RBLX, and it's showing up. This is a my like symbol stream, so it did show up. So maybe you just had to give it a little more time. You know what? I should go over this now. Now that I have some. Now that I'm sort of on the channel bar right now. For those of you starting out, let me just bring this channel bar just a little bit bigger here. These are all the channels that we have, and the channels are all themed. Okay, so we have a blockchain crypto. We have a crypto channel, an earnings channel, pre-market, sector status. Some of them are they don't necessarily make any sense when you read them. Enjoy the show. Click on it. See what happens. Biotechs. We have a China. So we have all sorts of different themed channels. So when you're first starting out with trade ideas, after reading the 20 lessons, you can go into these different channels, and you can kind of see because we create them for you. So let's look at stock surging. All right. So this is all created for you. You didn't have to know how we created it. It's just all created for you. And so you take a look at one, and this one is called "The Action is Heating Up Right Now." All right? You go, wow, I wonder what that's all about. So you can just expand it a little bit. Right-click, configure, and click on the summary. And it'll show you, this is obviously a pretty wide price range. But what you can now do is you could say, first of all, you look at it and go, well, that sounds like maybe an interesting scan. I wouldn't mind having it. So, but you, again, click on the summary. You might say, well, you know what, I don't want between 1 and 1,000. Maybe I want stocks between 1 and 20. Okay, so you can make the change. If you click on summary now, you see how it has changed, 1 and 20. You might say, well, I want more volume, not just 50,000 shares. How about 500,000 shares? Okay, I can't click on the summary. And you see, that's why I always click on the summary. Sometimes my eyes, I had 5 million shares, so I go back. Just get rid of a 0. And say, okay, so now we're at 500,000 shares. And, I could add another filter if I wanted, or I could just leave it just like it is, okay? Just like it is right now. So I've taken that, which we created for you, and now I've customized it a little bit. Next step is to save it. Right-click, save, or share to cloud, and save. Okay, so I've taken this because one of the perhaps confusing things for most people when they go through our channels, you could have made that change. Then you go to another channel and you come back and say, hey, wait a minute, how come my changes didn't take? Well, the reason is that these channels are for everybody, all right? The fact that you wanted to make that change doesn't necessarily mean that everybody wants to make that change. Okay, but you could, in theory, take the whole channel and save it to the cloud, give it another name. If you like the channel, just give it another name after you've made your changes, if that's what you want to do. But what I really wanted to demonstrate is how now you can go to each individual channel and go to the momentum channel. And extreme blaster, wow, I wonder what that is. Or low float winners, I wonder what that is. Or just straight Momo. So again, let's just say you looked at this Momo and configure, and you saw what it was looking at. Here's the price range. And if you thought, you know what, that's fine, save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. So now, let's just say you've gone through all these different channels and you've extracted several windows from all those channels. Then, oops, do me a Then what you can do is you start off with a blank slate. You could click Windows and close all your windows so you had nothing on your screen. And then File, Load from Cloud. See these two? These are the two that I extracted. You just right click, load it. And I think it showed up on another monitor. There it is. And you could do that with each one of them that you saved and start kind of building your own layout, you know, from all the different windows and scans that we had in all the different channels. You know, you can build your own layout. You have, you know, how many, whatever charts you want. Once you've done that, then you save your layout. File, save or share to cloud, entire, give it a name, and save it. And there you've created your very, very first layout using Trade Ideas without really even knowing how the original windows were created. So hopefully that's a little bit of help for anybody who's new. All right, guys. Look at that FLGT. It's really starting to leave 100 behind now in a big way. We have no EMA filters at all. We have no EMAs at all. You can do it on the chart. You know, you can put EMAs and SMAs on the chart, but we have no alerts for EMA crosses. We have a lot of other crosses, but they're all involved with SMAs. SMA 5 period, crossing above the 8 on the 1 minute chart. So all you have to do is just do a search on SMA and you'll see all the crosses we have for SMA, just nothing EMA. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say it's hard. I mean, hey, listen, it's been asked for years. So I'm going to say the answer, you know what the real answer is that people who started Trade Ideas, they don't believe in a lot of indicators. It's really that simple. If they truly believed in them, they would have added them. I think they feel we have enough alerts and filters as it is. So I mean, that's probably the basic answer. But the more filters we add like that, you know, with all the different time frames for EMA, you know, it does put a tax on our servers, I suppose. Because remember, all these time frames, everything gets updated. Even if one person just has it, it has to get updated for the entire range. So I think that is, without being a developer myself, that is kind of the standard answer. Well, you know what? Info at... Now, listen, this sort of stuff is being worked on now with sort of another... It looks a little bit like what Trade Ideas looks like right now, but, you know, it's being worked on now, but I have no idea when it'll be available to you guys. the ability to refer to intraday candles, highs, lows, volume bars, and also crosses like that you're talking about. And the ability to put whatever you want, like if you wanted the SMA 32 and a half crossing the EMA 19.72, you could do it. Okay, but it's being worked on, but no idea when it would be available. But you know what? Info at trade-ideas.com. Complain. Just say, hey, I want EMAs. I want EMAs. I want my EMA. I know what they're going to say. They're going to say just what I just said. This is being worked on. So info at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, well, hey, listen, there are things that I've wanted for years and years and years. I don't get them. The one that I really would like to have, I think it'd be pretty interesting to see how it would backtest. You know how we do have our opening range breaks. Okay, we have our so we have our opening range breaks, right? We have a 1 minute, 2 minute, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. Okay, so we have these opening range breaks. If you don't know what I'm talking about, so the very first, well, the opening range, the opening 15 minutes, say, if you're looking for an opening 15-minute range break or a 30-minute, that's the first candle. 15-minute, first 15-minute or 30-minute candle or 1 minute candle. Anyway, if you look on the internet, you'll see there are a lot of strategies that seem to be based around opening range breaks. And we used to have them as one of the AI alerts, one of the strategies, and it just tested terribly. Every now and then it might test okay. So my thinking was to use it with the count filter, or the count. So instead of the first break, how about let's see what happens, because what would happen is it would break and then come back down. It might break again, come back down. So I was thinking, you know what? Don't let me know until it's broken the opening range, say 3 times or 4 times, or whatever the number I want, and then back test it like that. Maybe getting rid of the ones that break out a couple of times before they really break out. Now, I've asked that for, 10 years. The other one I'd like is just to, have a filter on the ones that are above the 30-minute range or the 15-minute range. Show me all the stocks that are right now above. You know what is starting to pop again, guys? I just wish it weren't so erratic, but his eyes. Not his eyes, but eyes. Starting to pop again. But Torps, that was the problem. Too many didn't do that. And, you hear me say all the time, I'd rather have more of a confirmation that it is broken out. Too many didn't keep going. So if you're trying to backtest something like that, it would backtest terribly because too many just were false breakouts. So the whole idea, yeah, but unfortunately the count doesn't work for that. I tried it. I thought it would, and it doesn't work. So I don't know if you're really asking I can't get any. I can't give you any investment advice like that, Dr. AMG. All I can say is, hopefully, if you had a stop and it hasn't been triggered. I mean, I have no idea what price you're in, and oh, at 454. Oh my goodness. So I mean, I don't. No comment. Yeah. So can't do it, Craig. We don't have cross. The crosses that I was talking about were the SMA. These are more intraday. You're talking about a daily cross, right? This is what we have now. The only thing that we can do. Well, what time period? I mean, we have the 20. This is what we've got. The 20 over the 200. So we don't have 20 over 50. I don't think. No, I'm just looking. If we don't have it here, like do a search in your like right click on an alert window, configure, search, and just type in SMA. Okay, that'll show you what we have. So I don't see 50 here at all. Yeah, I mean it's okay to offer opinions, but the thing is that myself not being a financial advisor and also having to, when you come into this room, I think there's a big disclaimer, but I don't want to, I cannot say, yes, you should sell now because, you got in at 454 and, I mean, that's a tremendous, it's almost three times. Yes, it was up here. So I tell you to sell now and, in the next 5 minutes, it goes up to 16 or 20. So, yeah, so I'm not in the, again, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be a comedian here, okay? But I am not in the prediction business. And, an opinion might be that, I mean, it doesn't trade very well. And it's had some great news. It's seen on the surface, but it always seems to sell off. Look at these topping tails. Look at these topping tails. Look at the topping tail. What that means is, I mean, at one point the price was up here, but the sellers took over. Not a lot of confidence in holding the price for whatever reason. And it's a very low float, 6 million in the float. So, you have to expect some really erratic behavior. But I'm not in the prediction business. Yeah, we don't have the stock pricing either, KR. The stock price crossing an SMA either. Best you can do is to create a custom formula that will show it's very close, which sometimes can be equally as good. And so you can create a custom formula that shows it's very close to the cross, but not the actual alert on the cross. Now, having said that, but I think this, I want to call this, I mean, there's the crossed above, okay? So I don't think we have the 10. We have the 200, 50, 20, and yeah. But I do believe there's a bit of volume that has to happen also. Okay, so crossing below and above the 20, 50, and the 200. Not the 10. So all you have to do is just right click on the alert window, right click, configure, search, and type in crossed. Okay, and you'll see what I just brought up. Look at FLGT. Holy smokes, what a great short. Off 100. Look at this. I mean, if this takes out, I mean, this got all the way down. And this was the craziest day. This was the day it released earnings. That was on March the 4th. Actually, it released earnings here after hours. This was the reaction. At one time during the pre-market, it was way up here around 118. Got all the way down to 81. Closed back up here at 95. Yeah, so KR, we do have the 20. I was just demonstrating, okay? Configure, search, cross. Spell it right, cross. Oh, well, if you, I'm sorry, cross right here. So there it is, 20, 50, and 200, okay? And this is, you know, if you're ever wondering if we have anything, best thing to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, and search. And so now you can type in here. So for instance, if you said, well, I wonder what these guys have for RSI. So you could type in RSI, if I type it in. Okay, and here's what we have for RSI. What about MACD? Here's what we have for MACD. How about Ichimoku? Oh, guess what? We don't have anything. You see what I'm saying? So search. And so, for instance, you were talking about crosses. Just type in cross and see what we have for crosses. All right, guys. So again, this is my long day, so I'll be shutting the room down. And you know what? I didn't go bike riding that other day. Today is a beautiful day. This will be my first day of bike riding in Vancouver for this year. Closing the room at 3 p.m. Well, considering this will be the first, I usually go, well, my bike rides are not long distance. They're more what I call, it's more of a fitness ride, you know. So I try to go like mad for about 30 minutes. So I'm exhausted after 30 minutes. I'm not into the long distance rides, but that's, you know, so I'm using it more like it's a fitness. Before I go, I do want to just torture you one more time about my homepage. Ah, you're welcome, Kelly. Okay, so one more, take a look at my homepage. So here's my tab here, or here's the link. You can click on the link. And how to take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off either the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens, before the every Monday morning, usually about 30 minutes before. I've already done the recap video. All my scans right here. This is, I think, a very popular section in my homepage. Click here. Here's my layout that I'm sharing, the one that you can see, plus a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. And again, a lot of education links right here. The 20 lessons, 20 days, the daily support sessions from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, again, the one that I attend, you can sign up for them all here. They start at 5 o'clock Eastern. They are all archived. Today's is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos. And I think this is really cool. This one that's back to basics. I'm glad they added that. If you are brand spanking new to trading, watch this one. Michael Noss, if anybody, people who know him, he was in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. His wife knew nothing about stocks, so they basically created this little series and starting right from scratch. So if that's you, you can take a look at these videos. Trading books, more trading books, ebooks that we created. And, a lot of information on my homepage. All you have to do is just save my link. Okay, save the link and then you can take a look at all my scans later on and all the educational. Meanwhile, AVEO is, let me see if I can use the term. AVEO, severe rippage. Severe rippage for AVEO. Wow, look at this. Something's happening with this. Well, if you're trying to scalp within the auto trader, it is not going to work, okay? If you're looking for if you're looking for really high frequency trading, it won't work. Now, if you think you're having problems more than that, then what I would do, Joseph, is from my help from the toolbar, click on help and then send files to support. But if you're looking to scalp like 2-3 cents, it ain't going to work. Pardon my bad English. All right, Aisha, I'm going to hold you to that. And now it's halted, isn't it? Yes, halted. See, out of nowhere. And this is a relatively low float also, 24 million in the float. Look at the room it's got. So, I mean, this had been thumped. These 3 months, these 4 months, really didn't, I mean, it kind of meandered around for a while. Now it'll be interesting to see whether or not this holds, this big pop holds. The next high looking left on that monthly chart is 1071, so it's at 1058 right now in the halt, and then there's one at 1120. You can see that if it can clear that 1120, look at the room it's got. So we'll have to see. I won't be here, probably, but yeah, not one that you can use, Jack. No, so the answer is no. Let's see what it's stacking up to be on the halt. I have 1107, 1107. If you're wondering what I'm talking about. So this is from Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers, okay. This is time and sales, etc. Okay, well, your broker will have something like that. So it's halted at 1058. Right now, it's stacking up to be 1111 on the open. Now that can change, of course. 251, 256.52. This is where it has been halted. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 50, almost just 8 seconds before 257. If it's a 5-minute halt. That's typically what these halts are. Well, again, typically, I would say that 98% of the time, these halts are 5 minutes. It's not going to show it in here, but you just have to look at all the previous halts, and the majority of them are all 5 minutes. If it's a volatility halt, if it's a news halt, then anybody's guess. But most of the halts you see here are volatility halts. If it's not going to be a 5 minute halt, if it's past that, then usually it's a multiple of 5, so it would be a 10-minute halt. But it's not going to show it here. But it doesn't know. I mean, it won't know. I'm talking as if it's a person. I mean, listen, all you have to do, when something to see something when it gets unhalted, immediately to know is just put a price alert. Put a little price alert at 1060. Put a price alert, just underneath it, 1055. I mean, if you're that, and then when it opens, you'll get the price alert. Oops, just a minute. So here are my price alerts for them right down here. So I minimize the window. When it opens, if it's not 5 minutes, whenever it's going to open, this price alert window will pop right in the top, right up. AVEO, because I've sorted on the triggered column, will appear right at the top. So you won't miss it. So Isaac, if you click on my home page, this is somebody in the YouTube room. Click on my homepage link. I just posted it right underneath where you asked, how do I subscribe to the Trade of the Week? And when you click on it, you'll be brought to this. Here's my homepage. And right here, get the Trade of the Week delivered to your inbox, okay? And you can sign up for it right there. Okay, yeah, if you're not using our price alerts, so from File, New, click on New and then Price Alerts. Price Alert, where are you? Price Alerts window, okay. And then, you can set your price alerts, and then what I do is I minimize that window, and then it'll pop, when we get the alert, it's going to pop up. You won't miss it. You can put a sound alert on it. What gives an error? What gives an error, Isaac? When I clicked on my link, and this is what I got. And then just sign up for it right here. Click here. Ah, something went wrong. You're right. Ah, interesting. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Something went wrong there, obviously. Okay, I'll have to, unfortunately, I can't help you right now. Somebody is going to have to fix that. And that somebody is not me. And to create the alert, you just go to the chart wherever you want. You right click, create price alert. And, if you want it right there at that price, or you could type the price in and then save it. No, I understand, Isaac. I do understand. There is an issue. Yeah, so Isaac, if you save my link, Okay, it's not working right now, but I'm sure it'll get fixed. So if you just save my homepage link, and then maybe later on click on that, it has to get fixed. So this will be a 10-minute halt. Yep, it'll be a 10-minute halt now. But look at it now, guys. Remember I was saying it was 11:11? Now look at it, 12:50, 12:50. Potentially on the open. Potentially. I mean, it's not written in stone or anything, but I mean, it looks like it's not going to be 5-5. How's that? You know, when the halt's at 10:50, 10:58. Well, it depends on what you want. If you know, you might be wanting to go short a stock at a certain price. So let's just say I wanted to short this one down at 10:13. Okay, so I want to go short, and it was smart enough to know that, so it puts the alert down here. If you know, if I put it above, it knows I'm above the current price, so that's why it assumes you want to go long. If you wanted to short it up here, you would just click short. Okay. So I mean, you could be maybe wanting to short it above the current price. So I have to find out why that link is broken. Guys, I think that's it for me. 3 o'clock. So say it's my long day, so I do want to get out of here for brief. I still have to do my scanning for my watch list for tomorrow, and then in the webinar. So thanks a lot for all the help. First of all, let me just make sure I get the right closing pay or closing day. Okay, so yes, the room will open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow.